Hello, and welcome to episode 2 of our TTRPG Dishonored game, In the Empire. With me today, I have the previous cast that you may know from episode 1, as well as our fourth and final player, Umbra. Would you care to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about who you're playing?
Hello, I am Umbra, aka Umbra, and I'll be playing Lily Caldwin, Emily's estranged spinster aunt.
Fantastic. Very excited to see Lily. Then, uh, let's kick right into it. Littleman, can you give us a recap?
Yeah, I can do that. So in the last session of In the Empire, respectively, the party was being gathered by Emily Caldwin, with Ambrose having to hunt down the other members to potentially form this squad of marked to start dealing with the supernatural happenings in the world. As Ambrose escorts the party to Emily and they get to the throne room, a little bit of dialogue occurs. The outsider makes a cameo, but very quickly a ruckus can be heard coming from outside the doors until eventually a squad of the kind of like royal, I guess, guards within the palace, a lot of them show up, and leading them seems to be Ambrose. However, that can't be, as Ambrose is already in the throne room. Some kind of witchcraft or trickery copying his appearance. The copy then tried to frame the real Ambrose of being the fake and claimed that the Empress was in danger. Then, all of a sudden, fake Ambrose whipped out the blicky and shot Emily with an energy zap that seemingly caused her to disappear out of thin air. They then turned the gun to themselves and did the exact same thing, also disappearing. A fight occurred between the guards as sides are unsure at this point. No one's sure who's on whose side, who's in the right. A quick battle occurs. Some blood may be shed. Some others are simply knocked out to the ground until eventually Ambrose manages to get the remaining people standing up to come to their senses. After that, the party quickly figures out that the whole army's outside waiting for them. And if they don't do anything, they're probably dead as hell. So, with a bit of quick thinking, Volcan summons a hurricane using his marked powers to potentially make their exit a bit more safe and obscure. Then, nothing left to do but run. The party begins bolting it down to the docks of this place to try and get a ship to get out of here. An intense chase sequence begins where tall boys begin to emerge. The party has to hold them back. They have to stop them from moving forward as they slowly make way. Eventually they get to the place after some blood is shed. A lot of the royal guards that were with them dead on the floor, injuries sustained, and stamina low. In the nick of time, with but a sliver of energy left, they manage to get on a boat and sail away. And then the title card comes over.
Fuck yeah, I did.
Once we arrived in the city, they quickly made way to Ambrose's secret hideout, probably some kind of safe room type stuff that has a lot of amenities to help them in their endeavors in the upcoming future. Some roleplay begins amongst the party. A little home tour essentially begins, and a couple of NPCs show up, including the royal physician, Dr. Polymew, Theodore, who is Ambrose's apprentice, and I believe a mysterious figure at the bar's front, seeking an audience. After talking with them, they're quickly revealed to be a whaler, and it seems Molly has some connections to them. Some negotiations happened, and then the party planned to set out to the flooded district, as information regarding Emily's whereabouts could potentially be found there through the whalers themselves. A little bit of stealth here and there, a little bit of investigation, some looting. We found a bone charm hidden underneath a floorboard next to an outsider shrine, and some journals. that we managed to use to purchase a second bone charm later that session from a whaler who looted it. We get to the whalers, and we meet up with the ghost of Dunwall, who is currently the head of the whalers themselves. They state that they are on our side and that they have information that can help us. After a bit of negotiations, we get what we came here for, and Ambrose receives a mysterious letter that he does not tell anyone else the contents of.
Serious.
Indeed. And then after that, all that really happens is we learn what our next mission is. Some strange things with Emily that we cannot quite yet do. We must wait for the next day as we need to rest up and prepare. And the session ends as we get back to the home base, and apparently Emily's voice comes over the speaker systems throughout the city and frames all of us as criminals against the state. But is that the real Emily? We don't know. Could be. Probably not, though.
Probably not. And we're totally getting her back. Totally.
And that's
Yeah.
what happened last session. You know,
But,
some
Little's
liberties
getting
for the
dumped
sake of
and
the
he's in
recap.
denial.
So Ambrose is like, "Well, guys, she's back. We can just go back to the. We're good."
Yeah, of course. It's all over. It was just a nightmare.
We're gonna wake up
So
any minute
over.
now.
All right, fantastic. Then thank you, Littleman, very much. You can all get a willpower. You can go over your maximum. It's not going to affect your focus, but it's just it's a temp willpower.
Okay.
Then we're going to pick up. Ambrose, you have just seen yourself to sleep, but your rest is not comforting. Your rest is very restless. Just as your eyes close and you begin to somehow find the sleep you need, you're back in the throne room. It's all playing out in front of you again. The doors slamming open, the anti-Ambrose using your voice to accuse you, the look of confusion, concern that Emily looks at you with. He draws his weapon, he fires. Above the royal guards, there's a flash, and you do what you can. You jump to try and tackle Emily or take the hit. And as you jump, you fall. You do not catch Emily, and your inertia just brings you to the ground. And when you look up, you're not in the throne room anymore. The ground below you is a black stone, jagged and twisted. You're on some kind of island, some kind of rock, held in a vast, infinite space of darkness. There is a void around you, an all-consuming void with the only details being small plateaus made out of these rocks or the crumbling of certain structures. You can see off in the distance the outside looking into the palace. You can see floating at a slight angle the stone gazebo monument to Corvo and Jessamine. You can see turning around Emily, cast in time, perfectly stuck as there's this lightning bolt reaching up to her. She's barely able to focus on it as it's just a few inches away from her chest. And you can see, as you pick yourself up, what remains of the throne room is mostly gone, fallen away. The pillars are ruined. The carpet is rotten. The throne itself looks heavy and tired. But all you can see is that split second where you weren't enough to save Emily. For a few moments, you're left here in quiet before you hear from behind you a voice that sounds vaguely familiar. It just says, "You fucking ruined it again." You whip around. You see you, but not in the mask, not in the royal attire, not in anything that looks nice. It's you, much younger. 17, 16, maybe 18. You look even more gaunt than you are now. You don't eat well at this time. You remember the kind of life you were living then. There are some belts and pockets around you, but your face, your sunken eyes just carry so much spite, so much hatred as they look into you. Yourself looking back, a younger you. And he just says again, "You fucking ruined it.
Uh, my God. Shit. I know what you're talking about. I did everything I could.
It wasn't enough, was it?
Well, what more could I have done?
What more could you have done, Ambrose? What you could have done, perhaps, he's stepping closer. You could have removed yourself from this life. You could have realized that you are a plague upon everybody you touch. And he like gets up in your face. He's like squaring up.
Ambrose is like
Someone else, anyone
leaning
else
back
could
from
have done
him.
better. If you try to like give ground, you will quickly find yourself at the edge of this weird like floating island.
He
It will
definitely
like
looks
push you all the
behind
way
him
to
and
the
sees
edge.
the endless void below him as he's reeling back from this version of himself. No, that's. But he's like lost for words. It's not true. I was chosen for this. I was given this opportunity.
They made the wrong choice and you let them. And as he says that, he's going to go and deck you in the face. Now, Ambrose, pretty good combatant. Maybe brawl isn't his thing, but like dodge at least. Your ability, your training, it fumbles in this moment. It's everything that you've learned. It's hard to grasp onto. It's like the knowledge. It's like you have all the expertise of when you were much younger, and you just get fucking railed in the face. Like a big punch to the nose is like a crunch, and you can like taste and feel the red coming down from your nose. What other excuses, huh? Let's hear them all.
I don't know. I don't have any excuses. All right. I fucked up. I get it. I messed up.
Because you are a fuck up. Because everything you touch gets ruined. Because anybody would be better than you. Corvo would be better than you. Joshua would be better than you. A fucking robot would have done a better job. And he just says that he fucking kicks you. No, he knees you in the stomach, like bending you over his knee and throwing you down. Like the more inland of the island, getting you away from the edge.
He fucking stumbles to the floor as he coughs up and spits up some blood from the impact.
And now she's gone. She could very well be dead, all because of you. You heard what he said. He did this for you.
That's not true.
You caused this, Ambrose.
No.
We caused this.
That's not true.
What? Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna cry like a little baby? Like how they found you in the streets?
I can fix this. She's not dead yet. We don't know that. Wait, I can find her. I can find anybody.
Still your hubris. You think you're enough? Give up the mantle, Ambrose. You'll never be enough. And he goes and kicks you when you're down.
Another violent cough and a spew of blood comes out from the mouth once more.
Just give it up, Ambrose. You're not enough. You'll never be enough. Let someone better. And he like grabs you from the back of the head and like raises your face up so you have to look at him. Give up. Just give up.
I won't. Not yet. I still have a job to do.
Seemingly frustrated by your tenacity, he brings his arm back as he's about to like seemingly deck you in the face again. And as he does so, it's like a big wind up. You can see as suddenly a figure is standing beside him, and its metal gauntlet hand grabs the hand of the younger you. It's your god, the metal mask, the cloak of shadow that barely hides this knight's armor, and the gauntlet just holds the hand there steady as younger Ambrose looks over to it, and there's a quick change of expression from this sadistic pleasure of beating the shit out of you to genuine fear. And you can see as that fist is just held there, and younger Ambrose doesn't dare to do anything, doesn't dare to move. As you can see the Forsaken look over to you slowly. And you wake up.
He wakes up in a cold sweat, jetting out from his bed.
There's blood that pours down from your nose.
Oof.
For this mission, you're going to have one unhealable bashing damage.
My God.
Oh,
Get bashed.
Okay, one bashing. Puts his hand up to his nose as he quickly grabs at a handkerchief lying around. Oh my God! What the fuck?
Yeah, big time. As Ambrose would then begin his day, the various preparations he has to do, all while the vivid memory of that dream stays with you.
Yeah.
The camera flies through some walls and it finds Molly waking up in a room given by the beached whale. It's a very nice room as far as rooms go. You've been in some pretty nice hotels, having made friends, having performed for some venues. They give you nice places to rest, and this is one of those. There's like a polite knock on your door as some fair lady of the house just says like, "It is midday. This is your wake up call," and she seems to be doing that to every door.
uh, she wakes up definitely with a bedhead. Uh, say just like very groggily. Thank you.
You hear like some muffled response as they move on. Like then you hear the knocking
Yeah.
as they seem to be doing it for everybody.
Yeah, 100%. There's a phase of just like, fuck. But well, the show must go on. She very much has to get ready. Very much stretches out her back. She didn't sleep so well, but when does she ever? Uh, and I guess I open up the door and walk out. Me, everybody
Yeah.
else.
I imagine you go to like the complimentary continental breakfast that is served here. Just some basic human needs. You get some like sparkling water. You see to your clothes. Maybe brush your hair.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the same with
shit,
Volcan.
O'Neal.
Some rooms away. You get the same knock on your door. It's midday. In Volcan, you wake up in a very very nice room.
I'd say the Volcan probably already awake. Currently in the mirror, adjusting his clothes. Responds, "Thank you. I'll be right out." And
We see him
puts
perfecting his attire.
puts the final touches. And then he walks out, goes to the grabs a cane with him. Of course, always, never leaves anywhere
Always.
without it.
Mhm.
Then he makes his way down to the I guess cafeteria.
Yeah, the like bar area. That's the
Bar.
tables have probably been moved together to have like some kind of buffet
Yeah.
set up. As in the morning, this place gets no fucking customers. Like this place is a proper just hotel because there's no party happening yet. Everybody knows to come here when the sun starts going down is when this place opens. So in the morning, it's
Yeah.
pretty sparse. It's just like the residents and the staff that live here. Then this is what we'll do. You're all gonna be making your way out into like the big center of the U, like the courtyard area, where you enter
Wait,
from.
is this my introduction?
Yeah, it is about to be.
Can you do up to the lead up of like maybe the door, and then I'll do it from there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Lily, you've traveled a couple blocks. Where you've seen the city is in a manhunt. There are posters everywhere looking for these three individuals, some masked, some unmasked. Ambrose being one of them. Volcan, Molly, and Ambrose seemingly all wanted for high treason. And of course, you heard the broadcast of Emily. That sounded a little bit off, a little bit weird, a little bit not like herself, unless there's been some revelations that you were not aware of in her personality and personal life.
Mhm.
Because of this, you've decided to get involved. You have to know exactly what's going on. If Ambrose is truly some betrayer, well, you have to do your part in protecting Emily. But if there's something greater going on, you have to know what is happening. You have acquired the knowledge some years ago, thinking that you'd probably never use it, that Ambrose owns property. He owns the beached whale, or more so, his alias does. Bought and financed in large part with kind of obfuscated royal funds, so as to not try and make connections. But if you're observant enough, you can notice. So you set off by way of community railcar or something. Joshua is with you.
Jumps in the river.
Yeah, I would do it. Joshua very much doesn't like the idea, but Joshua does what you say. He's come armed because he thinks that Ambrose is, in fact, the imposter, and that he's going to have to protect you. So he's a little bit on edge as this is happening. But can you describe Joshua for us, your apprentice?
Yes, I can. Joshua is a tall, like, pale skin with freckles, red hair, like looking like a commoner kind of, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like very, what's the term? I'll just forego it. He's tall, red hair, pale with freckles, green eyes. Like he'd be attractive to literally anybody else except Lily.
Yeah.
So that's why he was the perfect choice for her personal manservant after the unfortunate events that saw him fall into that role.
And while we're at it, can you describe Lily?
Lily, so how she appears on the train, because I want the eyes to be a bit of a reveal, but how she's on the train, you see this short, kind of mousy looking woman, like not very curvy, like very like thin, but she's wearing this flowing like nobleman's gown and like a royal mask that covers her entire face. And behind her is like this long flowing black hair that looks like it's been cleaned over and over and over again. It's extremely shiny and healthy. There are plenty of women who are jealous they don't have this hair. So, and while others are having trouble maybe standing on the community car when it makes turns, she has like an ease of moving with each of the turns and each of the bumps, and she has no struggle at all maintaining her composure, her posture and her composure on a moving rail car.
Mhm. You stand outside the archway leading into the soiree. It's a building that's in the shape of a U, and the center of the U is like the courtyard, the bar sitting area, and the proper building itself is part brothel, part hotel, part restaurant, and part super secret base.
Right.
Indeed. All the sins you could dream of.
Oh yeah.
Lily would kind of turn to Joshua and would not really turn, like kind of speak side mouth to him, like, this is where it's said in the notes, right?
He looks. He references a piece of paper that he has, and he just says, "Yes, ma'am."
She would sigh because
The-
my sighs don't come over the mic. But
The beach whale.
you know, when I heard that Mr. Ambrose had bought some property, I was hoping it'd be a high-end establishment.
Unlikely. For that gutter rat.
Damn.
Damn.
It's
So
gonna fucking get it.
a few ground rules, Joshua. You don't pull out a weapon until I tell you to, and you don't
Yes, ma'am.
speak unless spoken to.
Understood.
We're here to get information, nothing else.
And I trust for you to keep your wits about you. Even if he looks like Ambrose, talks like Ambrose, it may very well not be.
It very may well not be. But if Ambrose had actually become a traitor, he would have fled the kingdom. He wouldn't have stayed here.
Perhaps. I leave the ability to discern his legitimacy to you.
All right, let's get this over with, she says as she like brushes her skirt a little bit of some fake dust, like trying to calm herself down.
Mhm.
Because outside she's very calm, composed, like very courtly appearance and like mannerisms. But like inside she's like, okay, either I'm gonna kill this man, or he's gonna tell me where to find my niece, and then I'm gonna kill the other man. And speaking
So you
specifically
step
about
in.
Ambrose. So yeah.
You can see there's some staff moving tables around, some people coming out with plates. A lot of there's like a 12 egg like scrambled egg bowl. There's like 2 loaves of bread that are toasted, and it's probably like half a pig on like not a roast. It's probably like yesterday's roast. It just stuck on something. Some like not alcoholic drinks, because you have to, if you're going to get one this early, you have to be pointed and ask. They have to make you debase yourself. But apple
Right.
juice and orange juice, some water, sparkling water. You can see as you're looking around, no one pays you much mind. Actually, no. There's one person who is at the bar, seemingly just like straightening bottles, cleaning glasses, making sure the bar is ready and presentable. He like double takes as he look up at you. You can see his as he looks up at you with like surprise, like way too fast. His glass eye like rolls around in his head a little bit, really drawing attention. But then he goes back to like cleaning the bar. Seemingly clocks you, but doesn't engage.
Right. She kind
Uh,
of scans the room, looking for a particular man.
and as you wait some time, but coming out from one of the sides of the U is Ambrose,
He has a mask
and then from
on,
the
but
other side,
you know who that is.
yeah. Then from the other side, you would see Molly and Volcan, who have just who rendezvoused before coming out, and everyone is now in the courtyard. You can all see this very outstanding woman. The mask, very obvious. Is what kind of mask is it?
It's my royal mask because I have 2.
It's a very nice mask.
Yeah, very high quality, very ostentatious, like something you would see at like a court, like a ballroom for royalty or the nobility. Not really something you'd see commonly out in the street.
It immediately draws attention to itself, and also the fact that this place isn't really open yet, and that they're the only other person in the courtyard. But more than that, their seemingly like bodyguard, Joshua, has mad shifty eyes as he is like tracking both of you, and you can see that his hand is rested like at the side where his jacket seems to obscure something on his hip.
Typical London gangster. But yeah, Lily would see this group of people entering the courtyard, and she wouldn't approach it first. She would ask the staff, like, "Oh, who stays here? Why would you have such a basic ass breakfast? When you have such a long day ahead of you, you should have something hearty and full of good
The man
food."
at the bar, the only one willing to entertain your dialogue, is like, well, we get a lot of fine folk, but these fine folk get fucking shit faced in the night, so they don't wake up for breakfast most of the time. This is really just for us, the staff.
Mm.
Like, you're welcome to have some though. There's plenty. Believe you me. The beast whale is open to anyone, but who might anyone be?
You can call me Lily. I'm a rather local savant. Savant is a good term for it.
Mysterious.
Tell me, there's someone I'm looking for in particular. Someone who may not fit in with the casual drunkards who may wander in. And then she kind of
go on.
pauses for a second. Commonly wears a mask, like that gentleman over there. And she kind of points in the vague direction of Ambrose, like she doesn't know.
Oh, that gentleman over there, yeah.
So I was wondering if he happened to be staying here at the moment.
You can see as both of them look over to you, Ambrose, and Fisheye just blatantly points at you.
Ambrose is like curious as what the fuck he's doing.
Well, we don't get too many masked people around here. I mean, I guess more now than ever. But other
Lily
than
doesn't
yourself,
laugh.
not too many.
Could I happen to drop a name and see if you can point me in the right direction?
I can't stop you.
But will you point me in the right direction?
Depends on the name.
I'm looking for the proprietor of this establishment.
I think I know the man.
Then I'd like to meet him. And she's getting a little more serious in tone. To like play jargon is over. Like
He just turns over to Ambrose, and he shouts, "Hey, boss man, company!"
Amber's a bit curious as to all the company we've been getting quite recently, but nonetheless, he begins walking over after Fisheye calls for him.
She would make a Lily would make a hand motion that she and Joshua would have practiced, which is like wait here, and then
Mhm.
Lily would approach Ambrose, and obviously Joshua's gonna be watching whoever she's meeting. Like,
You recognize,
yeah,
like a hawk. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ambrose, you would recognize Joshua. Of course, you recognize Joshua, and every single time you see him, he has that same fucking face, that same "fuck you." If no one else was here, I'd beat the shit out of you face. Like he could try. The
Alright,
person
buddy,
in
step
front of
up.
you, you can make some guesses, but you're not certain, especially because they have a very nice mask. But you know that mask is of royal significance.
Ambrose would walk up, and his first words would probably just be, "To who do I owe the pleasure?"
call me Lily, my dear. Perhaps you've heard of it before.
You know, the estranged aunt of Emily, having been mentioned a couple of times in private. It is probably the only royal rumor that is more risque than you and Emily.
Yeah, because like having a spinster aunt who's insane is like a big no-no.
He kind of like tilts his head at that and goes, "I feel like I've heard that name before."
Well, if you've met my niece, then I'm sure she's mentioned me once or twice.
Okay. Then I guess that confirms it.
Well, she didn't say who her niece was. She just said, if you've met my niece, she's probably mentioned me once or twice. She's trying to be subtle and not point out that what's going on here. You can tell that like conversating is not her strong suit with the way she talks.
Then, may I ask why you wanted to see me?
Well, I've just heard the news of these great and terrible traitors to the crown, and like I was just moved to act. Surely someone such as yourself, who owns such a nice establishment, can fill me in on such information. And then she gets really low in tone and says, "Before I have to do it myself." Listen, you'll shatter before I do, little man. Don't even start.
Yeah,
see.
Volcan and Molly can see the like rising tension between these two. You can like hear the broad strokes of their conversation, but you both are like hanging out at the other side of the courtyard, just seeing this happen.
Yeah, what are Molly and Volcan up to?
Molly was
Vul-
trying to enjoy her breakfast, but something caught her eye.
Vulcan is eating fucking tater tots right now.
Just
Eggs
not
and
even
toast.
interested.
Yeah. So once seeing these two people come up, and it starts to get a little tense. Fuck, what am I be able to do?
You know, these
Mm.
weren't actually made in tibias. They're just called tibian fries. They were actually made in crystal.
That is so damn interesting. But you know what else is also interesting? Look over there. I
Oh,
point over. I see. She kind of like looks over to the guy and looks him up and down. Either A, this is some type of meeting they're going on over there, or B, he might be getting robbed.
well,
I
that's
think
not
he's
good.
being robbed.
Only of his
Yeah.
dignity.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen here. Molly will get up first.
Well, I guess we're doing this. Vulcan gets up and heads over as well.
All right, as soon as Bamboy gets back.
Puts down his
I'm here.
tibian fries.
before they make it over, as they're like talking, deciding what to do, what does Ambrose say in response to the rising tension?
Ambrose would probably go. Ambrose is caught on at this point that like Lily knows something, and that she's like being very obvious of what she's trying to hint at here. So he's probably caught on at this point, and he would respond with, "Well, if you ask me, you can't trust everything you hear. Perhaps I might be able to give you some insights for any questions you may have to the situation."
Oh, but certainly you wouldn't want to entertain a lady of my status out here with the common folks. Certainly you have a much quieter place to go and speak. And you can hear like dripping sarcasm. It is clear that Lily does not like you from what she has heard.
Ambrose kind of like looks around. Well then, I'm sure we can get a room.
Of course. You can lead the
Said-
way. It's phrased as like a question.
Yeah, I can lead the way.
At this
Excellent.
point, Molly and Volcan step up. You can see as like the tension still there, but Ambrose seems to be trying to dismantle it. They seem to be ready to like move on, but you arrive on the scene.
And I don't want to go directly towards them. Can
Oh.
I? Did they pass by the bar like to get to them?
Yeah,
Can I go and just like sit over to the bar? Oh shit, my mom's calling.
for now, Molly would just go and step over to the bar and perch up and
Sorry.
to maintain. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, sorry.
Fantastic. Yeah, you can totally go over to the bar.
I'm gonna go over to the bar, and what weapon does the guy have? What type of weapon is it? A sword.
As you like scan him, yeah, definitely looks like a
Yeah.
sword and scaber.
Okay, yeah. Just like really quickly, she's gonna like have a little bit space. Like she puts her hand like kind of on her lap, and she kind of looks over, and then like a weird
Yeah.
like side motion with a quick like hand grab almost towards it. She's gonna take the sword off of him, like as he. Yeah.
I can't
That
have
is
shit.
a level 1 thing. So I don't use do I have to use a focus? I might have to.
Correct. You do not. For level 1, it's
No?
free.
Okay.
I'll say also just for the ease of the cinema. It just happens. I think there's usually a roll involved, but he's totally unaware, and he's actually more than that. He's distracted. And
Oh
you're very good
shit,
at
for
this.
reals?
Yeah, he's looking
Yeah,
at.
okay,
He's trying to
cool.
scan everybody. And in his trying to cover every basis, he didn't see the pickpocket behind him. You know, this is why this guy's not the royal protector. As you get his
Exactly.
sword, it's a very nice sword. It's a single-edged, straight blade.
Beautiful sword. Another one for my fine collection.
Another
Um,
addition to my collection.
And just like I don't know how quick of a thinker Fish Eye is, but she kind of like as they're like turning away and walking away, she kind of like picks up the sword and like hands it to him and be like, "Hey, can you keep like an eye on this for me? This
Oh
is
yeah, I'd love to.
a family heirloom, you know. I really
A
want to.
family
I don't
heirloom. I
want
will
to.
cherish it.
Ah, thank you." And
I
then
love
He
the
seems
level
to
of
be totally on it.
sarcasm.
yeah, okay, yeah. And then she turns to you guys, but then you see like she kind of like turns her head, like poke out from behind the people to look at Ambrose to see like what's his expression, maybe like any signs of like help me, I'm being robbed.
Well, he's in a mask, so his expression hard to say. His body language is definitely like ready to fight, but he moves to lead Lily into the back room where you know the secret lair is.
Oh. Molly questions whether they're allies or not, but okay.
The plot thickens.
Well, too late. Okay. That's what I'll do, and I'll wait for like any calls over.
Sure. And
Cool.
Volcan, what is he doing?
I think Volcan would rather quickly follow behind Ambrose, just making his way into the room. He knows better than to leave any confrontation to one-on-ones.
Then Joshua's going to stand next to you as you're both following behind, like basically like the plus ones of this group. And Joshua doesn't look at you. He's very, very clearly staring at Lily and at Ambrose. And it's not that he doesn't know you're there. It's that he seems to be kind of a prick, and he thinks his intimidation is just like disregarding you and like refusing to look at you. But you see his expression is very serious.
There's a reason I call him a manservant and not a bodyguard.
I see. Part of me wants to fuck with him slightly, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, I don't
Take his
know.
other sword.
Yeah,
Take
right.
his other sword.
Take his
Damn.
backup sword that he keeps in his back pocket.
Take his shirt.
I was gonna turn
Just
it.
take his
I was
boots.
gonna turn his boots to stone.
Oh my
No,
god.
no, no.
What's
No,
funny is that
he'll then react for sure.
yeah.
Follow him though, sure.
Yeah.
Molly, they're going to turn a corner into the back room, and you're not going to be able to see them after they walk away. Do you want to stay close, or do you want to move up?
Yeah, I'll move up. I'll also kind of behind Midas.
Midas and Lily, you're walking through the back area of it's a genuine business. There's a restaurant area. It leads into a cellar area. There is quite a bit of drink here. Big bigger than people barrels are placed on their side here, to where the top and the bottom are showing. And you can see as Ambrose walks up to one of the barrels.
I don't do
see
that.
You don't. Oh,
I wouldn't let her in the secret base just yet.
then
But
what you would have,
I don't know what her intentions are.
that's a good point. You have a room where it's supposed to be like this not so secret base, where it's obviously like a back room that criminal shit happens in, but it's not the secret base. It's so you bring people here that you want to convince that this is the secret base, and it's like a table, some chairs, it's got a light, it's got some maps. It looks like any other criminal. This would be enough, but you're not any other person.
Okay.
You know,
Now
Ambrose,
that-
I figured you would have gone for something more high society. She says as she looks around this dingy little room.
Mm-hmm. Well, given the circumstances, I'm sure you can understand. Now, why don't you tell me who you are and why exactly you're here?
She kind of walks over to a chair and gives it like a light kick, and the leg just falls out from under it. And she's like, my name is Lily Caldwin. If you know what that means, then you know that it's not something that usually happens where I leave my clock tower.
I see.
So, my niece was kidnapped and then came back. But when she came back, she makes an announcement that and she makes quotation marks with her fingers while she looks away from you, royal protector is a traitor to the kingdom along with two other nobodies, one of which is a performance artist and the other of which is a criminal who was already considered quite dangerous in his own right.
Wouldn't say that's nobody, but you know.
So, how do these three come connected to one plot to steal an empress and then she just magically appears again? And she like crosses her hands behind her back. Like she's already put the pieces together in her head. She's just missing a few key parts.
I can make an educated guess if you're willing to listen.
I'm willing to hear it, she says as she turns to face you this time. And this time the mask is missing when she turns around. Like you didn't see her take off the mask. This is like the bend time thing where I could just move kind of through time that I talked about with Bamboy, which I think you're okay with. I don't want to.
It's the difference between like actual magic and stage magicianry. You can do it. You can just have like them sleight of hand, or it can be. I don't know if you
Like
actually have a power that can let you do that. I think that's like level 3 you don't have yet. But like you can do it for something so simple.
Like the only reasons I'll be using it outside of like if that level 3 power is just for situations like this where I'm changing an outfit.
Yeah.
That's really it. Or like doing something like not mechanically important. Like obviously not combat.
If you're doing it in front of an enemy, I'll probably call for some kind of roll. But for this, it's
Okay.
totally fine.
I gotcha. Okay. Then yeah, she turns around, and what you see is not the ancient face of some old, decrepit royal, but the face of a young 20-something-year-old woman with glowing white eyes and clockwork gears and what looks like a type of oddly jagged tattoo over her right eye.
Okay.
That's an outsider mark, isn't it? Would they be able to recognize it?
They would. Anybody who recognizes what marks look like would recognize the clockwork mechanisms as a mark of some description, but it's much more crude. It's not like the outsiders, like more finessed marks, where like there's actual. It seems like there's actual skill involved with most of the other gods. This seems like it was done with haste.
Ambrose would hold strong and continue saying, then, truth be told, I have very good reason to believe that the Emily who made that announcement is not the real Emily Caldwin.
And you would be correct, Mr. Ambrose. The Emily they wanted to speak does not have the same speaking patterns as my niece. Even in her royal addresses, there's at least a hint of emotion when she speaks, like she actually cares about the people beneath her, such as the trait of her mother. And you could hear like a kind of like, not like poison, like a regret, like she should have been closer to her sister at some point. So she would continue. So if I'm going to guess at that, I'm going to guess that somebody, a third party that is not involved in the situation, neither Emily or her staff, nor you and your friends here, she says as she gestures toward the party, are involved in anything going on. More, you are victims of the same group of people. Would that be correct?
I would agree with you.
Good. Now that we're on the same page, you could tell me why the Royal Protector let my goddamn niece get kidnapped. Like all the like showmanship is just gone, and now she's just angry.
The day of all days.
When you finally get to meet the family. Or at least what's left of it.
He like goes silent for a minute. I'm afraid I cannot give you a satisfying answer right now. The only thing I can say is I messed up. I wasn't fast enough.
And you see her like taking in these words a little bit, and she seems to like pull herself back together. She's like, you know, Ambrose, if I actually thought you were incompetent, I wouldn't have just walked in here to talk to you. I would have just shot you. I think that would have made things a lot simpler. But
Lily, you all see Ambrose's nose start to bleed, and he would quickly, I imagine, notice and go
Blood
to
begins
clean himself.
dripping from like the bottom of the mask, and he would like probably look down, and he'd quickly like put his hand up.
Ambrose,
is that?
are you okay?
Yeah, don't. I'm fine. It's just a nosebleed.
I've heard of words hurting, but I don't think I've ever seen it actually physically hurt somebody.
If you say so, my friend.
Well, You get that cleaned up. But in the meantime, I would like to hear your retelling of events that resulted in my niece's kidnapping, with as many details as each of you can recall. And we don't have to do that as an actual scene. We could just do that like as...
Yeah, they bring her up to speed on like the whole coup, the scene, like the runaway, the like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was another Ambrose. He had a crazy gun. Like she got disappeared. We don't think she got atomized. The outsider was there, which was fucking like really surprising.
Yeah. And then Lily, at this point, is in the three-legged chair, which she is keeping balanced. And she's just taking in the events, and then she turns to Joshua and says, "What's your appraisal, Joshua?"
He looks over at Ambrose and stares at him with contempt. Then looks back to you, and he just says, "Only Ambrose Attano could have fumbled to this degree."
Normally, I'd agree with you, Mr. Joshua, but I want you to imagine if you came walking through that door, shot me with something that made me disappear, and then walked away in all the ruckus that would come after.
I would not let it happen, ma'am. And our security precautions would never allow anyone to infiltrate.
Lily
Ambrose,
Yep,
as
go ahead.
you hear Joshua speak, he's always been a pissant, and maybe it bothered you. Maybe like especially earlier it bothered you, but then you didn't have to deal with him anymore, and also you got his spot. He was supposed to be the royal protector, and then Corvo chose you. But there's an unreasonable hate that rises out of you, an unreasonable frenzy that coils around your heart. It's illogical. It's bizarre, and you have become very familiar with these foreign emotions being portrayed onto you as if you're some kind of movie screen. This doesn't feel like that. This feels somehow other, somehow different, and it takes a pointed effort to wrestle it down, rather than just a spectator there beside you. This almost seems to want to drive you, and I imagine you don't do what it wants you to, which is just deck him in the throat so he shuts up.
That would
Ooh.
cause problems, though, man. I wouldn't do it.
Ambrose has to like temper himself and hold himself back as Joshua starts talking mad shit. Like a part of him just wants to start going off on him. Like his mouth opens as if he's about to shit talk him, but he manages to like bite his tongue, remembering the training he went through and how he can't just do that. He has like a presence or a fucking certain aspect to him that he has to uphold. But he totally want to say some shit like, "Well, if I can only fumble this hard, God knows what you wouldn't have been able to accomplish."
You hear
He thinks that in
almost
the
like
back of his head.
an evasive thought following up on your own. It just says, "Who does this little fuck think he is?"
Nice to see some schizophrenia representation in Dishonored.
Yeah. Oh,
Of your own inner voice used.
Ambrose like thinks for a second, like, did I think that? It's very jarring. He has to he like has to kind of like snap back to reality, I guess.
There goes gravity.
Exactly, as he's not sure what just happened, what just said that. Was he the one who thought that? He didn't feel like he was the one who thought that. There's maybe like a moment where he's just like confused or I don't know, stunned.
Lily, you can't see her pupils because it's just pure white glowingness. But you see her kind of smile a little bit, and then she walks up to Joshua and pats him on his hip and says, "Joshua, why are you unarmed?"
What? He looks over and notices that his scabbard is empty. What? He goes and he pulls his pistol.
see, Joshua, this is why. And she doesn't say it, but he knows that she means why he's not the royal protector. This is not
There
an
is-
uncommon jab from her to him.
Oh. But to do it in front of other people, in front of Ambrose, he goes fucking beet red. He gets so fucking embarrassed and pissed.
He's holding a gun.
And he's holding
And he's
his gun.
holding his gun, and he realized that everyone was looking at him like he's a fucking idiot. He's got his dick growing out of his forehead. He puts the gun
Yeah.
away. And he tries to do the Ambrose where he's trying to keep it together, but he doesn't have a mask. So you can just see that he's just fucking bright red, and he's way worse at holding his expression. So he's just fucking pissed. He's just livid. And he knows he
Ambrose
can't
probably-
leave because he still has to protect you.
Yeah. Ambrose probably snaps a little bit here, seeing this as the situation's coming into his favor. He maybe says something like, "Seems you're not even able to protect your own weaponry."
Not when I'm in a house of thieves.
Oh, grow a tough skin, Joshua. And then she turns to Ambrose and says, okay, so if a second you was responsible, it'd have to be somebody who could disguise themselves as you.
Indeed.
So it'd have to be somebody who knows what you look like.
Very much so. I
you
did
checked?
hold a public position, however.
Mm. But were you
Could be
unmasked
anyone.
during any part of your public position?
There was no need to hide myself. At the time, I was not a wanted criminal of the state.
I see. That would complicate things. She
I
kind of
suspect
like
someone capable of witchcraft is behind this.
most likely, especially with the disappearance, as if she kind of says that as if that had been a possibility, but she hadn't put it high on her list. Like, because she's a scientist first and then an occultist second.
It's obviously
I'm back.
some advanced form of makeup.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Sorry
When
about
you
that.
mentioned,
Obviously, they
mentioned
just put
witch-
some concealer over their face.
What-
No, go ahead.
when you mentioned witchcraft, I would imagine that a somewhat of a almost disgusted, sort of annoyed expression comes over Volcan's face, but quickly goes as well as he wrangles himself back together.
Bring more.
Ambrose will remember that.
Excuse me. But Lily would kind of nod and say, all right. Well, Mr. Ambrose, if you intend to get my niece back, then you're going to need some resources that you don't otherwise have access to. I have, we'll say, certain access to things that might help you out in the long run. Now,
I
obviously,
think-
I can't. Obviously, I can't pardon you for your crimes. I don't have that kind of pull, or at least your perceived crimes. But I could at least provide you with some resources, such as monetary compensation for receiving my niece. You hear
Any
like she's
help
trying.
is appreciated. I can assume then that means you are on our side of the coin.
Like I said, Ambrose, if I thought you were stupid enough to steal her or stupid enough to actually let it happen, I would have just shot you. You would have been no use as a royal protector.
Fair enough, I guess.
Ooh.
So, do you want to introduce me to our esteemed traders in kind?
I'm sure they can introduce themselves.
And Lily would turn to Molly and Volcan and simply wait.
Volcan
It is-
shows deference and says, "Please, you go first." To Molly.
It is a I would say, and then kind of looks over to the sourpuss man, and then look back at you. A somewhat pleasure meeting you, ma'am. I am Molly.
Of course. It's a pleasure to meet you, Molly. Your performances are wonderful from what I've seen.
Interesting. A moment ago, you called me a nobody,
I,
but thank you.
I have some
She
turbulent
smiles
emotions.
at you like, yeah, okay.
She's trying to be placating
Typical
here. She's doing
royal.
her best.
Yeah, typical royals.
Typical
Royal
nobility.
brat.
Mhm.
And then she would nod her head and then turn to Volcan and wait.
Volcan says, "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Volcan Lilion, so most of the Isles know me as Midas."
Midas, huh? The little criminal one that causes statues everywhere.
It's a little, but yes.
Lily would nod and say, "Well, we have quite a collection of skills here."
Be it so.
Oh, you betcha.
Molly, you can see, because you're like standing close to him, just for the mocking of it, and you're also like the farthest back. Joshua is once he realizes who Volcan is, there's like bewilderment. Like it's like saying like this is like the most wanted, like FBI most wanted. Like here you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Osama bin Laden, #1 on the watch list. Nice to meet
Pretty
you.
much.
I get that, Joshua. I've been there before. For once, Ambrose kind of feels for Joshua because he's been through the same feeling once before.
Yeah.
But Lily would then turn around again and walk towards the wall. And when she turns back around, the mask is back on to give her some of that confidence back. And she would say, "Well, I think it'd be good to put myself at your disposal, Mr. Ambrose. I'm not exactly delicate."
And I'm more than happy to accept any help that comes our way.
I would hope so. She would then turn to Joshua and say simply, "Go locate your weapon, Joshua. You'll be needing it."
Yes, of course. Not realizing that one of you took it, he just like goes stepping out and begins retracing his steps.
She
Did I
would then
drop it?
you would then see her eyes glow for just a little bit, like a little more intensely under the mask, and then it would come back, and then she would look at Molly, and then she would kind of laugh a little bit, and then turn back to Ambrose.
There's a bit of a head tilt of like why of the giggle. It was like, wait, did she know how she didn't see me, did she? That's
Not in a way
okay.
that matters.
She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't say a fucking word.
Yeah, we got fucking mystery box Lily over here.
How
Just
would
so
I know?
full of surprises.
How would they know?
How would they know?
At this point, then I think what's going to happen is
Mhm.
you all notice as the barrel swings open, like it opens, which is very unusual for a wine barrel to do. And Lily, this is a surprise to you. As someone steps out of the wine barrel, it seems to be well, for everyone that has seen him before, this is Theodore, fumbling the fucking door again. And
Bruh.
to remind us, little man, what does he look like? I remember he's of Gristalian build. So, oh yeah, I think I would have canonized it. He's a young kid.
He's
Probably
got
just hit
that baby
16.
phase before he becomes
Yeah.
shit face when he gets older, just
Exactly.
like all Crystallians. So he's living the
he
good
hit
life
his-
before it all goes to shit.
He hit his fucking Gristalian growth spurt, and he's like a 6', 16-year-old.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Another
Ambrose just
word
like
from
puts his hand up
man-child.
to his mask as he fucking does this in front of her.
You would
Great
feel a
timing, kid.
hand. You would feel a hand on your arm, Ambrose, like just gently patting it, like saying, "Listen, if I believed this was your real hideout, I would have been embarrassed for you."
Yeah, I guess. Theodore,
Like,
Fuck.
my apprentice. What did we
He looks
say about opening the door?
You use the spyglass first.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it right this time. He closes the door.
Oh my god. Amber just walks up and puts his hand on the door and opens it. Do it and remember it for next time.
I'm sorry, sir. I thought it was the morning. No one ever visits us in the morning. I will make
That's
this up
the
to you. I'm
future.
going to go practice crossbowmanship all day and all night. And if you need me, I'll be around. I promise, sir.
I step aside for him to go.
He goes with shame, like looking, like nodding to everybody, like hello, hello.
You would see Lily, Lily
friendly
would like
wave.
nod, kind of friendly, like yeah, like being very friendly with him.
He has no idea who you are, or as he has no idea as he just walks by, and he's going to go do whatever the fucking things he does.
Mm.
Well, I guess we can take you to the real base now, Lily. That are comradeship. I can't pronounce that word.
I think you did it right, comrade. Yeah.
Now that our alliance has been formed,
Of course, Ambrose.
let me show you the base of operations.
Lead the
Now,
way.
I'll show Lily around the home base.
Mhm.
It's very fancy, has all the proper amenities you can think of, and all the effects that it gives is in world info. If you want,
Yeah, I know.
to
I've been
look at
reading.
that.
I have it right here.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
He like we'll say he does like the tour, tells Lily where everything is. We don't need to make a scene out of it.
Mm. Are you sure you don't want Lily to comment on every single room inside the home base?
No, I don't think Ambrose's
Yeah.
pride can handle it.
She has
There would
something
also
to
be,
say.
To say,
uh,
did you have anything specific you wanted to do then? That we can do that.
Go ahead. Sorry. Oh, did I cut out? Oh,
Yes.
shit.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and repeat yourself.
Was there any like specific thing you wanted to do with the home base thing that we can do?
Not yet. Maybe later. She probably would
Okay.
really check out the clockwork map a little too
Oh, yeah.
hard.
The
Like
intelligence
maybe
room is
ducking under the map to see the underside mechanics of it. Like very
Yeah.
not what a royal typically does.
It is a beautiful room, also filled with all the documents you can dream of.
And she would be more than ecstatic to have documents to go through instead of talking to people.
Nice.
I will remind everybody her only social skill that is above a 1 is appearance. So she's just extremely hot. She has no other skills in the social
Yeah.
area.
Mm-hmm. Complete recluse.
Complete.
I think we'll skip ahead a little bit as it takes time to do all that, and it takes time to for some miscellaneous conversation. It's going into the afternoon now when this place starts to actually pick up. It is not even dusk is too strong a word. It's just like the first hour of the sun going down. Night is coming, and that's when you will all roll out. But for now, there's still way too much light.
Mm-hmm.
I guess for an idea, I guess this would be when the outside lights come on. Think about that. Like it's just starting to get a little bit dark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sun is about to set.
And people are coming in, ordering drinks. The daily habits of the business are starting. Did anybody in this time want to have any pointed conversation?
I wouldn't say conversation, but I think because I know eventually we're gonna go out, we're gonna start doing shit.
Mhm.
At a point, Molly, of course, I think she would prayer at the shrine. Um, there's no actual questions. It's just a common like prayer, kind of like a wish me luck, sir.
Of course.
And of course, wish luck for my new friend that where who that she came across now.
Yeah.
Do you
Your
use
new ally.
do you do this in like just a private place, like the room you've been given, or do you do this at his shrine, the
At the
Ambrose's
shrine.
place of power?
Oh,
Fantastic.
100%. Yeah,
Uh,
if the shrine's there and she has access to it 100%, she would be there.
yeah.
Her prayers look like more of a meditation. So it's just
Mhm.
like she sits in front of the shrine, kind of like palm up, like on her like maybe like knees, as she's kind of like crisscross, and she's just like in silent until someone calls her or we're kind of like ready to go.
As you stand up, like you've committed enough time to this. You've said everything you mean to, all internally. You go to turn around, and sitting on a table, as there's not really a chair here, is the outsider. And he has a smile on his face, but he seems rather nonchalant. He's leaning back.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, as always, for the thought and the prayers. But you know I am always with you, and these are unnecessary. But I see what you're trying to do, and it flatters me. But I think,
Just a little good luck.
oh yeah, everybody needs a little good luck. But if you wouldn't mind, if I may ask of the great Molly, could you
Mm.
play that little hymn about the witch girl?
No problem. She will probably. I don't know if she would have any instruments. I didn't officially give her any instruments,
She has the music box, doesn't
but
she?
she has a music box. Can she play it off of that?
Yeah, that can be a normal instrument. I mean, at least yours would be if you want it to be. If you kick
Okay.
up the main purpose of it, it's going to start making sounds that you know are bad. Uh, but if you just play it
Yeah.
as basically a normal like string, like metal string, it would basically be a fucking massive music box.
Yeah, I would. It's probably something that, if at best, she would have modified that
Mhm.
she could remove certain pieces that wouldn't play that, and she could play like a different sound. Then yeah. Fuck it. I would definitely use my music box.
It's a nice hymn that does Molly. There are words to this one. Does Molly sing?
She would. I personally don't know the lyrics, like all of them,
Neither do I.
but
We're making up the song here. I'll tell you what it's about
yeah,
though.
yeah. But yeah,
It
of course, yeah, she would.
it's a song you picked up like maybe years ago. It was made during the usurper well the rise of the Brigmore witches. You probably you heard of it in Serkonos. It probably has some connection to that, but you're not certain what because you know how songs get passed around. It's about a daughter, a little witch girl who is born into a coven, and about her running away. Uh, and there are many different ends to this song. Some where she's burned, some where she escapes. What ending do
Hmm.
you think Molly would give to this?
That's a good question. I don't know if she even knows where. Yeah, like she wouldn't know where the song comes from. Um. Fuck. Probably
Hey, bam, Liz.
no. It
Hold on.
would be Escape. I think it would be
Escape.
the one where she escapes. Yeah, because she interacted with witches in the past.
Mhm.
They weren't bloody like evil, at least that she remembers. But it was very long ago at that time. So I'll say she sings the one that she escapes.
Okay, fantastic. You finish up the like 40-second long to a minute long song. It's very nice. Molly singing voice is very beautiful, and the song exaggerates the like sorrowful like high tones. It's meant to be sang by a woman, uh, and she does it very very well. And there's a slow but sincere clap from the outsider as he smiles with enjoyment.
There's a little
Uh,
bow at the
would you guys mind if I intrude on the scene a little bit?
Yeah, this as you've heard the sounds of Molly playing and her distant singing. You were somewhere in the base. You can come in, but before you could like turn into the corner, uh, Molly, you see the outsider. He just says, he sighs like with satisfaction. Such a wonderful tune. Thank you, Molly. And then the door goes to open. You turn over to see who's coming in, and when you turn back, the outsider is gone.
mm. uh right before the door opens, she will say, "My pleasure." And then she will very much turn her head.
Hello, Molly. I heard this song that you were playing.
Yes, it was. I was playing.
That's
Was I too loud?
no, it is a familiar song. I was just going to see who was playing it.
Oh, you're familiar with this one? There was a few different endings to this one that I've heard. Do you know the actual ending to this one?
There is a few. Though personally, my favorite is the one where she finds her family at the end.
She nods. Huh, that actually sounds a very lovely one. I enjoyed that version. That one was actually really good. This one I think was she kind of escaped from a bit of a sad past.
Yes, it is it is unfortunate.
She nods.
Tell me, you were playing for the outsider, correct?
She smiles. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I often do.
Fair,
I also play at
fair.
random.
Makes sense. You are a performer. You must practice.
She nods. Of course. Gotta make sure the performance is great. Great for tips.
Yeah. I was hoping I could have asked him a question, but I guess he's gone.
She shakes her head. No, he's never gone. He's always around. Did you want to?
I think you cut out.
I said, did you want to ask him something?
I was just going to ask if he knew how he became what he became. How he
Well,
ended up in your void to begin with.
hmm. That is
We
one question right there.
It is. I know.
Well, we could very much ask him. Uh, I give you a bit of a fair warning. His answers are not quite direct. If if you're thinking that he would just simply will say what is needed.
Well, I figured not. I've seen some of his writings.
She smiles. Okay, perfect. All right. Let's see. I think I have a thing. Um, is this an automatic thing or is this something I have to roll to see if he's able
Uh,
to answer a question?
this would be your
Where's that
Patron 5
thing?
background, but it's not even that because you're not using it for the
Yeah.
mission. This is pure cinematics. This would actually be Littleman's home base 5, which is just you can just talk to your gods whenever the fuck you want. Here. So
You're
the only
welcome.
thing that's limiting you, yeah, it's really good. It facilitates these kind of scenes. The only thing you have to do is just like there's two ways traditionally. If you need him to show up, there's two ways to do it. You can invoke his name, or you can play a specific song.
Okay. Um, I think I would have to play a song at this point. I won't say his name, but
Fantastic.
yeah.
Can I
She
get
Then
a
she
help?
there's no role needed.
Oh.
And
yeah.
no, you couldn't. Uh,
Ah.
this is just imagine Molly's basically going to start playing some really like creepy ass music box sounds. Like it's because that's straight up what she's using. It sounds like some fucking basement horror shit. It's just
Yeah, it's really
like
fucked up.
distantly beautiful enough, but it's dissonant. And in the space here, whereas the music was seemingly unbothered by the strange like spatial anomalies in this room, this one makes it sound like it's echoing. Like this chamber is huge. When in fact
Strange.
it's really rather not. Uh, but you look to the shrine and you see emerging first as like a spectral light, like this weird kind of pale light, and then stepping out from it, you can see with his arms crossed, kind of just like lording above, like floating above the altar. He looks down at you with like a judging face, which is so fucking different to how Molly knows him. Molly knows this is all an act. That he he totally plays it up to people that come seeking him because he has to maintain a mystique. But this is total like bullshit. But still, he looks down at you. He just says, "Midas, the king of nothing, comes asking me. I am curious."
Not the greatest fan of that nickname, not going to lie. But you're right. I'm just curious as to how you came to be in the void to begin with.
I came to be through an act of extreme hubris. A ritual was done onto me many thousands of years ago by people who do not deserve to draw their breath.
I see. That is not very clear, but I suppose clear enough. You
They
wouldn't
harnessed the
mind.
power of the void and used it to give the void a face.
Oh, got it. Okay. Um, do you understand what I'm trying to accomplish?
Yes,
Or do you know? I see.
Midas dares to touch what he cannot grasp and drag the dark into the light.
The dark has spent enough time where it is. We need it now. I need it now.
I think you're right, Volcan. But the true discovery will be if you are the man to do this or not.
Well, I'm hoping I am. It has been a pleasure, and I hope not to waste more of your time.
He retracts his hand from gesturing to you back into the crossed arms, and he will disappear in the same flash of light.
Volcan sort of like lets go of a breath he's holding on to. He has to sort of keep up an image of like the entire time he was trying to keep up an image of enough deference, but not too much. 'Cause, like, he knows he's just a human, but he's fucking Midas.
He can never put the ego fully away. And at
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
point, Molly could bring the song to an end.
She very much does. Ooh.
thank you. That was enlightening, to say the least.
I hope it helped.
It did.
So, you're bringing the dark to the light? What's that about? She smiles
Sort
at
of.
you.
It is part of a remedy for a certain condition that I am dealing with at the moment.
Condition, uh-oh. Like, she kind of scratches her chin. Like this is something people can contract. She kind of takes a little like step back.
It's not something
Or
like that. It's not something
oh,
I can
okay.
give. No.
She hopes so, you know. I believe the doctor would love to see you, if that was so. Uh,
Yeah.
well, that was very exciting. That was very fun. Is there anything else you need? Or I'm ready to actually head down if you were.
Yeah. I think I'm ready as well.
All right, sounds like the plan.
Fantastic.
Uh,
Then,
she puts away her instrument.
Of course.
Mhm.
By the way, everybody, these scenes are fucking peak. This roleplay is fire.
Awesome.
So on fleek.
Oh yeah. Then next, what I have to do is purely mechanical stuff. First of all, Polymu's Arsenal still there. I think I upped all of his prices. He gives you many good, stupid reasons. Oh, you see, I had to source from a different location. Now that things are shaking up, and the Hatter gang has really got to squeeze on this specific type of glass, shit like that.
No, these
You
corks
are
that come all the way from
so
Tibia.
full
I
of
can't
shit.
just fucking get any corks.
So he has a restock. Like, you can buy from all the shit that you bought previously. You can buy again if you want, I guess. But it's just more expensive now. Let me post that somewhere proper. I'll post a no mic.
More health elixirs.
Let's see.
And study that to see if you want anything else from it. But I'm going to go on to another scene. Ambrose.
Hello.
We're going to rapid fire some of the shit that's going to come to you tonight before you get a chance to go.
Oh.
A lot of people come looking for you.
Oh, okay.
Let me see what I have here. First of all, early in the night, Skipper returns, and now that you know what he looks like outside the mask, it's way faster to meet him. He comes with one other, and they both seem to be holding or like carrying a briefcase. And if you let them in, you don't let them into the proper base, but you let them into like the front.
Yeah.
And they have wares to sell.
Oh.
Yeah. And I will grab their wares. Skipper would just say, as the boss said he would, we're bringing some of the whalers' more valuable produce that you may want to buy from. Fuck, I do not know if I can copy and paste this right. Let me see. I just want to copy and paste the Microsoft Word is lovely. Let's see if this comes out completely fucked or not. He also says, and on top of these fantastic goods, the whalers are always open for hire. We can do some favors for you. For a price.
I'm just saying, they're real cool. She smiled.
Molly, last thing
I just saw
that Skipper
something for
says
Huh?
is, and for you, Molly, I've been told from the very top that you are to be outfitted with at least 5 resource charges worth of equipment. So you can have 5 resource charges to spend because of your merit affiliation with the whalers.
I like to think they hand her like almost like in my head the charges almost look like just like bags of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in like my head,
Doubloons.
honestly, some fucking ghost bucks right here. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
whaler buck.
Whaler bucks, yeah.
Yeah, it would be more like a credit thing where they just know, like, it's just like, oh, yeah, this is worth that, this is worth this. He said you can have like 700 schmeckles worth of goods. So,
Yeah.
but they're whaler bucks practically.
Listen, I know
Whaler
a bad
bucks.
deal when I
Okay.
see one, Bamboy. I'm sure you can afford to give me a little discount.
Yeah, what do you say to him?
You want me to say it? He
You
goes,
have to say something to him.
something tells me you're trying to rob me blind here. Listen, we're in this together, and even if we pay a little less here, I'm sure you'll make out with quite the profit. Cut out the deal, won't you?
Please, Ambrose, I'm trying to rob you in front of your eyes. I need not blind you. Go ahead and roll. He seems to be like going along with like a sense of humor.
Let's see here.
Ooh.
Okay. Ones aren't.
That's a lot of ones. That is the little man roll.
Yeah, I think this is worth doing.
Same. I'd say this is definitely worth the willpower. Do you have expertise with this, or is that only I take that?
I don't have expertise. I believe. Yep, just double checking my mods. Okay. I can get away with one more reroll. Okay. What? Currently at 9 successes.
That'll do it. You will be able to negotiate for 5 resource charges worth of basically money off of sale
Yeah,
of deal.
We got 5 deal charges here, boys.
Mhm.
Now, I don't want to bring it up, but I feel like there's a specific item here that is a must-buy, no matter which way we look at it.
And what is it? The XP?
Yes, the 2 XP.
I was thinking the same thing.
Who's gonna spend the money on it though?
I only have 5 charges from my negotiation, so one of the rich money bags over there have to
I'll spend 3.
probably bite the
I'll
bullet.
I'll spend 3 charges.
All right. In that case, I'll put the 5 charges towards the whalebone rune, and then Volcan will use 3 of his charges to cover the rest.
Hell yeah, brother.
He takes out of a silver cloth a whale bone rune. It is big and flat. It hums with an energy that Molly, you can hear. There's always like a dissonant whisper in it. You
Ooh.
guys know straight up. You've probably handled at least
Alrighty.
one of these before. If you basically all touch this, you can absorb its power.
Yeah. Right. So we share?
I think it is beneficial for all of us.
Volcan swallows it whole.
Is Lily in on these other than Polymule? I mean, this flavor stuff. Would I be considered counted out for this one?
You maybe you could be the only person that doesn't know. You would know that they exist because they have a lot to do with like the first studies of magic, but you don't know exactly how they work. You may have never used one before.
My master
But-
spoke of them in his past.
Hmm.
That's all I know.
But I don't mean specifically like the lore. I mean, would I have access to these deals despite them not knowing who the hell I am?
Oh no, you totally have access to it. It's money. They'll take
Right.
their fucking criminal fence. They'll take any
Yeah,
money.
Okay, that's fair.
You're the money covered in fucking piss shit and cum, and they'll still take it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Not Ambrose. Volcan would know exactly how these runes work. Think of them like letters in an alphabet, and the more you acquire, the more you can write out. But they can basically be touched, and then any mark that touched them will gain some kind of insight. Their mark may even expand. But once touched, it can't do anything for them. You can still keep them and give them to other mark though. And in theory, you could hand a brand new mark like 20 runes and fucking super buff them, since they don't like disappear or anything. It's just you can only use them once, every individual.
Okay. How long does what army last? Is it just for one combat, or is it for the scene?
One combat.
Okay.
Hey, Bam.
Yeah.
If it's cool with you, so like it won't disappear after we use it. We just can't use it again, right?
Correct. Like you can't use it again. Another marked could.
All right. I'm going. If it's okay with you, I'm just gonna keep track of them in a rune
Yeah, you can.
stash.
Sure. You can totally keep it. That would make sense. I'll put it in XP tracking.
Okay.
That's where what else to buy.
I'm
The
torn
dog block
between-
perfume might come in handy.
Yeah, and I'm also torn between missing in action and backdoor entrance. That might be a good idea.
Backdoor entrance might be a solid choice.
Mhm.
An easy way
I
to
get missing in action. That's
yeah.
yeah.
Like,
Molly
I
sees
could
that, she's
technically
like,
get
"Need it."
both, but then I would have nothing for anything else. So I'd be spending like almost all my resource charges on it. Well, maybe I can get
There's
one
one
thing.
shop promotion, right, Bamboy? That's how we do it.
Yeah, this is it. Mhm.
Okay.
There will not be
I was just
another
making
shop.
sure. Because I wasn't sure if it was like shops can
There
appear or
might-
whatever.
There might be ways to use your resources, like how we saw Fishbone in the first session, how he like wanted resource charges from you after the shop.
Yeah.
But it won't be a straight up shop.
Okay. So we got the whalebone ruin. So everyone got the XP. It's the big one.
A must get.
I mean, if we'd be trolling if we didn't buy that.
Yeah, you'd be sleeping on it for sure.
I think the important ones, backdoor entrance. If we want to go proper sneaky for this mission, backdoor entrance might be like a must get for now.
Okay.
I do have some pretty
And
good.
I think the
spells.
dog block perfume might come in handy, especially since it doesn't expire. So even if we don't use it, we'll save it for a rainy day.
Right.
Because the one thing that could potentially mess us up is like a dog sniffing us out from stealth.
Mhm.
Yep.
So, okay, we can get those. That's 8. How much resources do Lizz and Littleman and 5 have left?
I already used all mine to
Okay.
finance the ruin.
Okay.
So far, I
Lizz,
only have convinced myself to take 2 things so far.
Okay. So that's 4. 5. How many do you have left? You're also money
5.
bags.
I mean, I have 8 left, but I
Okay.
want to keep at least
left.
4.
So if you want to buy the
Can
dog
I keep
perfume,
these charges?
Hmm?
Or I have to use them?
You would have to use them here. It's not like
Okay.
yeah, they're not gonna let you do credit system.
Yeah.
to that
Okay.
extent.
That's why. Yeah. I was like,
Final
maybe I
session
could
has
save
like
them.
82 charge.
I'm cashing in, boys. Give me everything.
Yeah. I'm going
Well-
out with a bang. I'm not gonna come back.
Well, what I'm thinking
Mrs. Moneybags.
is, we get since Liz has to spend, she has 2 or 4 left.
3. I have 3 left. I have 5 in
3
total
left.
right now.
Oh, okay.
So far I wanted to take missing in action.
Okay. That'd be good.
I might actually pick up the backdoor entrance.
If you want to pick,
And I
wanna-
did pick up the rope arrow for sure though.
okay, I gotcha. So if you have 5 left, if you want to pick up backdoor entrance and keep 1 resource charge for like in case something happens during the mission, that'd probably be a good idea. Like each of us should have at
Okay.
least 1 resource charge on us in any given mission, just in case. Then I could
Mhm.
grab missing in action because I still have 12 to work with. So that's 5. That leaves me with 7. And I'll get. Go ahead.
I just want to make clear that everybody, because we're doing resources different here. The resource charges are usually derived from your resources. So I like 5 resource background, 5 dots of the resource background, you get like 12 charges thing. And then these
I think it's 11.
price is 11? Yeah, something like that. These prices here, like the 4, is like the 4 resource charges.
So then, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 12 because it's 4 sets of 2 for the first 4 levels, and then it's 4 at the 5th level.
Oh, it is?
From what I saw
Okay.
in the document. Yeah, I double checked it before I did the math for my resources.
Gotcha.
I'm pretty sure it's 12. So I'll get, if Liz wants to get backdoor entrance, and then that'll give us a sneaky way in, I'll get missing in action so we could hit the Abbey Men a little bit. And then I'll grab, what was it? See these each.
In that case, I have 9 left.
Liz, if you've bought the rope arrow, is that right?
Yeah.
Then you would have 2 more charges left. You wouldn't be able to get backdoor entrance alone.
I'll give another 2 charges for that.
Wait,
That's right.
I'm sorry. What? What?
I'm just wanting to make sure that everyone's square with their resources. If you bought the rope arrow at 3, that would take 3 of your resource charges, so you'd only have 2 left, and you wouldn't be able to buy backdoor entrance alone. But Volcan
no,
said that he would.
I bought 1. I only bought 1 so
You bought-
far. That's the only thing I've written down. I wrote down that one, and then right now it sounds like I'm switching missing in action into backdoor.
Okay, but I just want to make sure you bought what?
Rope arrow.
Okay, rope arrow costs 3. That's not how many there are. That's how much it costs.
Oh, I thought that's the amount. Okay.
Mm-mm. The
No.
amount would be represented as like
Okay.
a time like X2.
Okay.
So
Might have to pool some funds together.
I could cover Liz. I could help Liz get backdoor entrance, and I could
Mhm.
still afford missing in action because then that's 7. That leaves me with 5. And then I was going to grab 2 of those Sokolov's health elixirs in case of like in combat healing is necessary, and just kind of like act as like the grandma giving everybody a sandwich in combat if things happen.
Getting our snacks.
Yeah, the peanut butter
Alright.
crackers, which I unironically have on my desk right now.
Nice.
But we could do that if that's cool with you, Liz.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be down.
All right, we'll do
So
that then. I'll add Sokolov's to
3,
my
to 4. Okay.
equipment.
Volcan?
I just put. Yeah, what's up?
Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I was just gonna say I put all the things I bought last time into effects tracking, so that way we know what everyone got.
Yeah. Do you want to
Oh,
buy
okay.
anything from this shop?
I don't know what everyone got. If I'm being honest, it got a little confusing.
Little, why don't you say what you got?
All right. So currently, I've used the 5 discount charges I managed to get towards the whalebone ruin, which 5
I
covered the
used
other 3
3.
for. So that's what we did. So 5 is down 3. Liz, I believe, are you grabbing the rope arrows guaranteed?
Yeah, I wanted to get the rope
Okay.
arrows because I don't know how well Lily sneaks to get to
I have
places or
4
get to
stealth,
high places.
so I'm
Oh,
not too bad.
Okay. Then with that, Liz has spent 3 of her whaler contact charges out of 5, so she has 2 leftover charges remaining. And Umbra is thinking about buying backdoor entrance and missing in action for 9 charges total.
Right.
And
Well, I
then Liz
believe
would have 2 left over.
Liz and Umbra went in on backdoor entrance. So that's
Yeah.
better.
So yeah, and then if Liz
yeah.
uses her last 2, that means Umbra would spend 2 less, as Liz covers half of backdoor entrance. Therefore, Umbra
means-
would spend 7 charges instead of 9.
Yeah, and then I bought 2 of those Sokolov elixirs, which meant 3, so I have 2 left. That I'm
Yes.
keeping just in case we run into anything on the mission.
All right.
Perfect. And then
I'll get
Volcan,
the-
what would you like to buy?
I'm gonna spend 4 for the dog block perfume, taking my 9 down to 5.
Okay.
And then
Is that all?
yeah, I think that's gonna be it.
Fantastic.
5
Money is
can pay the
exchanged.
bribes.
Fair business, as the whalers will take no longer than is necessary. Having other things to do and not wanting to draw attention, they will pack up what you didn't buy and leave, giving all respect.
Ollie waves bye to Skipper.
Skipper waves by, kind of breaking his cheeky etiquette to give a big happy wave.
Yeah. Lovely. Okay.
The night is coming. The courtyard is beginning to hustle. Some more people are going to start coming in, and they do the song and dance of getting Ambrose's attention. But they've done it many times because these are his contacts. As you step out, I think the first one you would see, you see Ambrose, a woman you're very familiar with. Her name is Vivian. She is your contact into the Brigmore Witches. She has some particular colorful but like faded tattoos. She looks like a woman maybe in her late 40s, kind of gaunt. She is dressed very provocatively, however, trying to very much capture that MILF vibe. And her hair is like done up. It's like a dirty blonde. And she is currently talking to a big man. that is sitting across the table, who seems to have not welcomed her to invite herself to sit down with him. He's well, 5. What does Ralva look like?
Oh my
Oh.
god.
It's the boy.
Give me a sec. I have a picture somewhere so I can look at it.
He's gonna look like he's gonna look hot. Now you know, you guys. He's
Oh,
gonna look hot.
absolutely.
Well, yeah, I mean, naturally, it's Ralva. Ralva is a very tall man. Like he's, I'd say, like 6.5 feet tall, very well built. He's the kind of person who, like, he looks as if he's been in the woods just chopping down trees for the past 20 years. You know?
Mhm.
He's sort of wearing, he's wearing similar clothes to Volcan, though not with nearly as many like ornaments. And probably strapped to his back is a very, very large battle axe made entirely out of bone. But it seems to have been shaped and sharpened. And there might even be a small hint of some sort of energy coming from it. He has darker skin from someone from Tivia, just sort of slightly tan. He has black hair, wild looking hair. Truth be told, he really looks almost beastly.
And he's just looking down with like contempt and analysis at this witch, who seems to be very much trying to either like proposition him or just flirt, and he is just like not reciprocating whatsoever as he's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Woman scary.
Do I see him?
Yeah, you all see him.
Oh, it's Ralva. He's a good friend. We should go see.
As you speak, you can hear that. You can notice that Ralva hears you as like his ear almost twitches and he looks over, noticing that you're there. And he would stand, but he wouldn't move,
Ralva,
just waiting for your approach.
what are you doing here?
I came looking for you, boss.
I appreciate that. I'm sure you've heard how things have gotten quite complicated.
So it has. I've prepared our means of escape to Tivia.
I appreciate that, but believe it or not, I'm sort of on a job at the moment.
I see. He like looks amongst the rest of the people that you walk out with. Then consider me at your disposal.
Of course. He seems somewhat Volcan seems somewhat happy to have his lieutenant here. Quite happy. He's a very capable man.
You see next to him, the woman who you can recognize, the tattoos, the hidden symbol, the symbology in it, the witch. She says, "Volcan, just the man I was looking for." And I knew where Ralva goes, Midas follows.
Oh. Hello, Solene.
Oh, I'm
I like-
flattered, but I am not Solene. If only I could
Oh.
have an iota of her beauty.
Okay,
My
I
name
guess
is
wrong.
Vivian.
My bad.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, I would have told you if it was Celine. You definitely do not recognize this woman.
Okay, I take back calling her Solene then.
Yeah. Aw. She was very flattered by that. My name is Vivian, and I come as an emissary of our mutual friend. Here you go. She hands you a letter.
Okay. Gotta
It
read it.
definitely comes out of like her chest. nestled
yeah,
into
of
her
course.
bosom. Yeah. It is. The sigil would have a symbol on it, which definitely lets you know that it is made by sent by Celine.
Yeah.
Let me copy
Gonna
and paste
read
it.
it.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it personally first before I decide to share it.
Oh, let me read it too, because I forgot what she tells you. Right. Okay.
Bamboy fucking up his own storyline.
Listen, there's a lot moving at once.
No, I get it.
Here you go.
There's a lot of cogs.
This is your Det 5.
Okay.
Det 5 flaw triggering.
Give us your soul.
Damn.
Does
hit
Ambrose
clones.
approach?
Let me think. I mean, he'd definitely be there, 100%. He'd probably be like next to Volcan as he's receiving the letters and Ravo. And he'd look at Vivian.
She would turn to you and say, "Shadow, donning the mask again. These are strange times."
Yes. I guess you could say that.
I would never come to the beached whale without having a proposition for you too. Come close now.
I like walk past Volcan as he's reading the letter.
She goes and whispers in your ear.
Man,
I know where you are going later tonight. Me and my sisters need something very, very specific. The tongue, cut as deep and far back into the throat that you can manage, of a white hound. And I know for fact there will be some where you're going. Do this for me, sweetheart, and I'll give you one of those bone charms I know you look after.
I see. Let me think.
hey, Bam.
Mhm.
This is not where we're going, right? Or is it?
Yeah, you're totally going to the. Yeah, you're absolutely going to the Prime Spire.
Oh, okay. So that's where he is.
Yeah, that's the HQ.
Gotcha. Okay. Consider it done. I'll, what is
Fantastic.
my? Do we have a time limit on this? I assume by
Yes,
morning.
tonight. By morning.
I figured. It's always by morning.
Do not let it touch the morning rays of the rising sun.
Yes.
Makes them
I'm not a
magical,
vampire,
tricky.
so I guess Celine would tell you otherwise.
Ooh, among many other things. But there's no need. I'll see myself out now.
I like grab her arm before she leaves.
Oh,
One
so
second now.
forceful, Ambrose.
Who's Ambrose?
Or, yeah. So, well, she would know your. Would she know your actual name?
Let
Or
me
was it
think.
always the shadow with her?
Probably be definitely if it's a Brigamore wish. Probably be a Shadow. His contacts would probably mostly know him
Okay.
as the Shadow.
Then he would correct her. She'd be like, "Ooh, shadow, so rough."
What you were asking of me is no simple task, especially considering the place where I must find this item. How about this? Sweeten the deal a little more. Consider it done.
Hmm. Go ahead and roll.
Listen, one bone charm. I mean, I got a team to look after. They need shit too.
Yeah, get us free shit.
Oh, shit, yeah.
14, baby.
Very,
Nicely
very,
done,
very
Nicole.
huge roll. She bites her lip, like her bottom lip, in contemplation, and she says, "What I can do then? One saber bear bone rune."
Mm.
Mm.
and I can do no higher.
Sounds
That is
fancy.
That is a 1 XP rune. 1 XP for everybody.
I mean, a free XP? Pretty nice. Well, you do drive a hard bargain, but I guess this would be enough to cover the labor cost. I let go of her arm. You'll have your tongue by the morning.
She is very excited by how you put it that way, almost like giggles. And then she says, "I'll see you by the end of the night, then, sweetheart."
Yeah, whatever you say.
She goes to like brush her arm before leaving.
Or whatever. He doesn't react.
She smears the hex on you. You're now cursed with ligma.
No!
No, no, that's a horrible die. No,
I can't
You're
believe
good.
Ambrose
Oh,
falls to his
no.
knees. Holds the arm. No!
So, cinematically, I will not be telling the party what the letter says. However, I will read it out loud. Just to let
Yeah,
everyone
no.
know.
Sure.
Yeah.
The letter says, Volcan, I again demand your service in a matter of criminality, to be clear. If only you were so lucky that I needed you for anything else. Bitch. The High Overseer, Alexander Hearth, possesses many curios and artifacts which are kept in his office. You will bring Vivian one. I don't care how you obtain it, but the item must have been within his office or on his person. I realize it's needless to threaten such a well-trained hound, but I do so enjoy it. Do this for me, or I'll cast you in stone. Left alone, with only your sight to witness me abandon you in the deepest sea in the Empire.
I say
Fuck.
we don't. I say we don't loot anything, guys. I don't think it's worth
Hey.
it.
Volcan would simply tell you, it appears that I need to grab something from the High Overseer. Whether it be from his office or himself, I do not know yet.
Ambrose kind of looks over as he's kind of probably just walking back from getting that contract from Vivian.
Yeah.
What exactly are you looking to grab?
Just one of his artifacts or curios. And as I say that, I'm gonna make a little spark in my hand that's gonna catch the letter on fire, which is going to burn it.
You can always carry a fucking lighter.
Now, yeah,
Oh, no, you
of
have
course
lightning
I
powers.
could.
No,
This
you're
is
fine.
way cooler, dude.
Yeah, I forgot you have lightning powers.
Pulls out a match.
Yeah.
Takes like
What
3
type of
seconds, like flicking it, trying to get it to light.
Just some sort of artifact or curio. Really not
Is that
sure,
so?
but
She
I'm sure we'll know when we see.
she kind of like there's a face of like thinking, and then she nods. Okay.
Would you mind me
Okay.
asking why exactly we need this?
It is
That's a true
a
question.
favor that I must do. I owe a favor. It is being called in.
Ambrose is a little
Well.
sus.
Favor from a witch, no doubt.
Yeah.
I suppose a favor from a friend is well, I guess we should keep it. Molly doesn't know any better.
Lily is
People are burning their fucking letters. She can't read them later.
Lily is largely like curious, but doesn't say anything, as this is clearly something outside of what she understands. Though she is curious
Well,
why a fucking
yeah.
witch was talking to any of them at all.
While I would prefer some details, I am in no position to judge, and it seems harmless enough. On the other hand, I also received, I guess, a favor, you could call it. Vivian's one of my contacts from back in my days as a thief. I accepted a trade of hers. We need to find a white hound within the Prime Spire, cut out its tongue, as much as we can, and in return, we'll not only get a ruin, but a bone charm. It will be a great boon for us later.
That is quite a deal.
Indeed.
As disgusting as cutting a tongue out is.
I'm not exactly looking forward to it, truth be told, but we'll take anything we can get at this point.
Yeah. It's not like I have much room to judge.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Then, we may not have much time before we need to prepare to set out. But before that, Volcan, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately, if
Of
you don't
course.
mind.
Sure.
Then, I'll meet you.
5 feet to the right.
Nice.
Slightly out of frame.
We're
Yeah.
definitely not listening in.
Ambrose would like take Volcan somewhere private because he'd have something to discuss with the man, the myth, the legend.
Back to the back room, like the first back room, probably not seeing the need to go into the lair.
Indeed.
So, what
And
is it that you want to ask?
correct me if I'm wrong, but you are quite the scholar when it comes to the occult. Am I correct?
There are very few who know more than I when it comes to that. Yes.
Then, if you wouldn't mind, I have a favor of my own to ask of you.
Sure. So, allow me to ask
The-
a favor in return.
Sounds only fair. You see the being that marked me. I am able to, in a way, communicate with them. I've only recently learned about this, but it never goes beyond more than strange feelings and short visions. I wish to grant them a voice to make communication easier.
That is somewhat new territory for me, but I'm sure I can be of assistance nonetheless.
That is why I came to you.
First, I think first I may have to examine your connection. May I examine your mark?
Ooh. My mark's on my chest, right, Bamboy?
Yeah, that's on your heart.
Oh, it's like over the heart.
Yeah, directly over the heart.
Ambrose kind of like he goes quiet and like almost looks like he's deep in thought for a moment. And then he speaks up again. If you were able to see the mark, you're sure that it would help in some regard to this endeavor.
I'm sure it would help, yes.
All right. I have one more small favor to ask.
Of course.
Do not tell anyone what you see. It's not something I wish to be brought up.
My lips are as sealed as... I'm trying to think of like some sort of fucking... some sort of Tibian like pun or saying.
Alright.
I don't know.
I'll trust you, Volcan. I know from our past work, you're someone that I can at least trust with a secret. And yeah, he wants this to happen. He'll take his shirt off almost begrudgingly, like he struggles to do it, maybe even shakes a little bit, but he'll do it so Volcan can see the mark. And the mark's not the
glass.
yeah, he's actually like ripped as hell, and he's secretly like a 12 strength build. He doesn't want anyone to know. But the mark is there on the heart, but there's more things you see, like covering his body. All around it, there are these like burn marks, like scars, as if like he was caught on fire. But there's a weird, almost like purple hue to it. It's unnatural looking, and yeah, I mean he'd probably have to take his whole heart out for you to, or his shirt off, not heart out, to see the mark properly. Almost like carved into his back. I mean, I know them as strange ruins similar to that of the outsider's language. But to someone like Volcan, I don't know if he'll be able to decipher anything from it. That's up to Bamboy.
Roll intelligence. At this point, we're going to do it. Intelligence plus occult, and I'll be able to feed you some theories that you can then feed to to Ambrose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's basically imagine like a giant carved into the skin scar on his back, almost in the same like shape and arrangement similar to that of the Outsider's language that like the marks have. At least his mark.
Does my specialty origin apply?
Yes.
Hell yeah, brother.
Let's go.
All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Ooh,
7,
great
8, 9,
name.
10, 11.
Fucking primo roll. Fucking, if anyone has played normal World of Darkness and they hear us throwing around these kind of successes, they're gonna think we're playing a whole different fucking game.
Yeah.
Yeah, just know for this system, things are a little more bloated.
Super.
So that's
bloated. You
why
rolled
things are rolling real
13
high.
dice. Yeah. With that many successes, first of all, you can discern. Yeah, it's abyssal language, the language of the marked. First thing you notice is that on the chest he has a normal conventional mark. It seems to read oath.
Bond. I went with Bond.
Bond. Oh, my bad. Bond.
Oath is the his wards is what I decided. When he puts a ward on someone, it's the oath mark.
Very nice. The one on the back is way different. There is the first difference you find is that in the scarring itself, it doesn't look like just the abyssal black, like painted like a tattoo on skin. It looks like it was carved into him, like with a blade that was hot, like cauterizing the wound. It is a really big outsider symbol, the same symbol that the traditional marked have had for years before the other gods. The same mark that Molly has, if you've ever seen it on her hand. But it's blown out, it's huge. And there seems to be a lot of expanded language across it, which the center word is just mark. But you think it's trying to spell out an incantation, like some kind of spell. But it's hard to get because it seems to be kind of fucked up. Like maybe they didn't finish, or maybe whatever canvas they were writing on was thrashing around the entire time. You could probably, if you had a picture or you're given time to like transcribe this, you could probably figure out what it means. But just staring at it now, you'd have to stare at it for like an hour.
Do you mind if I... Bamboy, do we have cameras?
You do, little man. The bar would probably have one camera for like use in like high society events. It's they're silver graphs, I think is what they call them. They're basically pictures on those silver plates, which you could get. You could whip it out.
Yeah, it's like those big ones that are like on the tripods, right?
Yeah, on the tripod, and you have to put like the black curtain over your head as you
yeah.
like reach down and like take the picture. But you could totally do that, and it gives a very sturdy picture on a silver plate.
Do you mind if I... would you... I mean, how long would it take to transcribe?
10 minutes, if that. Like it would be pretty simple. You could do just writing down the broad strokes of the mark. You're a pretty good drawer. You could do it really quickly.
I think it would be more respectful to him to just draw down the markings rather than take a picture of him.
You do so.
Give me,
Fucking
give
nerd,
me
you
a-
got burn mark. Snap.
Takes a picture. Yep, that's going in my cringe compilation.
Give me a minute. I need to go grab a pencil and a quill and paper.
Of course.
He leaves for a minute, comes back, and then for the next 10 minutes, he's gonna write down all the markings you have, and sort of like keep them in whatever like weird order that they are in, if any.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he notices any
you-
like patterns.
You see the beginning of the incantation. It just says, "With this mark, I make you." And there's more to it that's going to take longer for you to find out. But it seems as if, just from gleaning from that, this seems to be akin to a witch's like blood drawings on the floor, the geographic or no, the geometric symbols, a spell, components of a spell, a language that most don't know, straight up being fucking torn into someone's skin. It seems
Does
as
that
if
sound
it is
familiar?
it would, because you recently learned that the outsider was seemingly some crazy ritual was cast onto him to make him what he was.
How strange. And Bamboy, you said that Ambrose would be the one to help me with my moon runes, right?
No, that'd be Lily.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah.
Okay, I should be able to, given some time, I should be able to decipher all of these and figure out where they're leading to, if
So
any.
that had fuck all to do with what he asked you. All of that was like you weren't able to
Oh.
get much information from that. He asked you how do you make a voice for his god. That
Right.
you would probably have to from discerning from the mark that you got from his chest, which is the mark seemingly given to him by his god. You can discern just from how the symbols are. His domains are death, soul. Was it blood, little man?
Yeah, I believe it is Death Soul Blood. I can double check though.
Yeah, I think so. And then you drawing upon the information you know about those domains, I think specifically you share soul, don't you?
Let me check compute.
It would be
Your
the mark, not the
domains
imbued.
come from your mark. It's whatever
Mhm.
domains you chose at character creation.
All right, Mark of the Prophet.
Mhm.
My domain is Force and Void.
There's no. It would be a little bit harder then because you have no similarities here, but you know enough about every domain as you made it your business.
Yeah.
You see that through the powers that the god seems to work through. You realize that it would probably be some form of justice would need to be done. Some form of what is it? Recommends. Fuck, I don't know the word.
Recompense.
Some form of recompense. That's the one. Thank you
No problem.
for wrongs done to Ambrose. You think would be one of the components of the ritual. The other component would be a very simple one, which is just. It's funny as you all might laugh, but it's equivalent exchange. If you're going to give him a voice, you have to take a voice. You have to take a voice from someone that has done wrong to Ambrose. There might be more
cool.
details there, but that's where you need to start from.
I would tell this to Ambrose.
He would kind of think for a second. I see. That is an interesting way to do it. Someone who's wronged me, huh?
It appears to be the case. You can put your shirt on now.
He put it back on now that you're done. Almost eager to do so.
Yeah. Well, this we now know for the most part. I'm sure some details will come out as to what will help you. And about that favor, you can just make a mental note of it for now.
Of course. Thank you, Volcan. I don't
No
think I'd ever
problem.
have been able to come to a conclusion such as that myself.
It is no problem.
Would Volcan still have like drawn the symbol on his back?
Oh, yeah. I'm keeping those.
Oh yeah, that was the one
Okay.
that he had to take a long time deciphering. The one in the front was easy. It was just a normal mark. The one in the back seems to be like an entire sentence written out in abyssal.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? I'm just gonna say this clearly because you might not have realized it. You already repaid the favor to him by letting him draw those down. He just didn't tell you that.
Yeah. Would it be? Could I like assume? Could we assume that maybe he may have noticed you drawing something that wasn't what was on his chest. Maybe you stared at his back too long, and he
Well,
might
I
like
mean,
maybe
he
not
told you
seen it directly.
he told you he was writing them down that it might help you
Okay.
because he thought it would. To be fair,
All
it
right.
just
All right. Then
turned out
in
to
that
also help him.
yeah, in that case, Ambrose would as he's like getting ready. One second, I think the oven's going off. What the fuck?
Strange.
Pizza time.
Does the fucking Jedi hand thing. You still owe me a favor.
Yeah, real sorry about
Waving your
this.
hands like you're some kind of Jedi. Sorry, just my two neurons clicked for a second.
No problem, bro.
Well,
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm
you
back.
guys, welcome back.
Ambrose would probably say as he's beginning to leave the room after making an exchange with Volcan, just because he can't help himself, he would say, and if you find anything out about the other symbol, please let me know.
Of course. That is only natural.
Thank you.
Sort of
And
nods.
he would probably silently leave after that, maybe even
Yeah.
taking a little bit as he said that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Then, next, we're going to move on to the mission itself. That being the end of all the important notes that I had, and quite a bit of personal roleplay done as well. I would give you all an a willpower if I know that you didn't still have the one from the recap.
I don't have one. I spent it. Can you give me?
More
Maybe
X.
I'll just give you more. I'll give you more XP at the end of the game because you did so well.
I'll
yeah.
take that. I like that better.
Yeah.
Then
Same.
next, you guys are rolling out under the cover of darkness. If you like, we can do a break here. If anybody needs it.
Thoughts?
I think I'm good. I mean,
I have to pee real quick, but other than that,
Yeah,
that'll only
quick-
take like a minute or so.
I
Quick
might have
finger.
food here soon, but it wouldn't, that's going to be like 3 minutes out of the way. So not
Let's
necessary.
let's take a 5-minute break. The bot's still going to be cooking. If you just don't want to be heard, just mute yourself.
You can always pause it.
I think if I pause it, it stops. I don't see the pause option
Yeah.
here. I just see the stop
Wow.
recording.
This is when we go into our mid-roll ads, boys.
Yeah.
This would be
Yeah, of
this would be
course.
the moment, but I don't have any cool like cutaway. I can't bring up the Twitch stream break screen.
Yeah, sadly. Yeah.
So
We'll
the
be right
bot's just
back
going to
to
sit
Teen
there.
Titan. We'll be right
Yeah.
back to
Yeah,
Teen
we'll do-
Titans after these commercial messages.
Exactly. We'll be back. We're going to take a 5-minute break. You're welcome to skip ahead.
Yeah, seriously.
I will be right back.
Okay.
As will I.
Might as well heat up my teriyaki meatballs.
I'm back. If anybody else is,
Welcome back.
thank you, thank you. Cleaning bits of my headphones off my table because they're broken and I don't have any duct tape to fix them.
Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that.
Mhm.
The ghetto phones.
Hmm.
I've been there.
They're Corsairs too, so they're good headphones. They're just fucking. I broke one of the things holding one of the earpieces in place
Yeah.
at some point.
Enough duct tape, dude. That thing will work just as good.
Yeah, pretty much. The wires are still good.
Exactly.
I also have this giant green.
I'm back.
So
Can't believe Volcan undressed me like that.
I know.
you're such a
Hot
slut,
Ambrose
Ambrose.
strip scene.
Well, he was asking for it, quite literally.
I didn't know I need to strip.
Do you like the old like Looney Tunes or whatever, like ancient cartoons where it's like a what is it, like a pinup scene kind of in animation, but it's like a fucking animal creature, something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, old Disney.
Hmm.
Careful. Now it's going to be put in the Disney porn vault.
The fact it exists is already like controversial enough.
It was so funny to me. It was like, technically speaking, there would be porn in there.
Mm-hmm. Because they own everything you draw, as long as you work for them.
And I imagine if you're spiteful against Disney, you would draw porn of the characters you draw.
Mm-hmm. A Little Mermaid fin fetish porn or some shit.
Is 5 and Liz gone?
They didn't answer when I got here, so I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go with a safe yes.
Go. Seems like it.
I'm back.
Welcome
Right.
back.
Thank you. I got water.
That's what I
Yeah.
forgot. Shit. I forgot water.
No.
I thought I was forgetting something. Hey, Liz.
I got a whole gallon.
I have a giant thing of those spring waters, the bottles.
Of course.
Fancy
Not like
schmancy.
expensive. It's just Topps brand, but which is a shitty grocery store where I live. Not as bad as Walmart, but
Yeah.
You there, Liz?
Bro, we're gonna lose the Walmart brand deal.
How will we recover?
how will we pay for this expensive setup? You know how many subscriptions we have to pay for all this? Viewer at home.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey Liz,
I
welcome
think we'll all
back.
hear them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all
I'm
here.
back.
Then we can pick up. The camera finds the mark moving from building to building, rooftop to rooftop, as is the safe way when going out. They're all in their identities for their operation. We see as they stop on a tall building about 8 stories high. Each of them grabbing on and perched at different angles of this strange angled roof, looking over a building way fucking bigger. You would guess maybe 50 stories. The Prime Spire looms over the rest of the city as one of the tallest buildings in Dunwall. It's recently constructed, and its architecture shows it is a marvel, and a great deal of investment was put into it. It does not spare for its striking imagery, very purposefully choosing to portray a looming appearance. It is quite wide at its base, and you can see that there are various looks like guards. There's a couple gates, a couple hounds. They're not doing anything but standing there as no one comes close to this place. But you can see there are a great deal of rail tracks on the civilian and rail card roads that lead here into a garage area, you see, that occasionally opens a mechanical door to let in a rail car, some manned, some unmanned. You can see about every 5 minutes a rail car carrying Abumen. It's got like a flat back. They're all sitting on these like stools welded into it. It's got a little like overhang. A squadron of 4 or 5 Abumen are either deploying out from the spire or returning back to it. There are a few alleys that run to the left or right of the Prime Spire, but one of its faces is entirely just a sea cliff. It is on one of the cliff sides of Dunwall, and it would fall off a good long while straight into the sea, making one side completely well defended.
It's also the most vulnerable. They should
To
be
certain
considering
means.
that, goddammit.
Yeah. All right, there's our target.
So there's the tracks, the cliff, the gate. I feel like I zoned out for a second. Am I missing anything?
There's some more things I failed to describe. There are balconies to the various stories. It is a very, very sheer climb. Climbing up the Prime Spire looks like it would be hard, but not impossible, as there are balconies every like 10 stories or so. But if you fall, it's going to be a really, really bad time.
It's gonna be super embarrassing.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that's the concern.
Yeah,
And last thing,
I can't mess up my
Uh,
pit, Liz.
Molly, you can feel a bone charm nearby. Doesn't seem to be in the spire. Seems to be on the outside, but near it. You think under it?
Basically,
But not under under it, but off to
But
the
not directly
side.
under it. Off to the side a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little obtuse. You could definitely get closer to it. If you just tell me you follow it, I'll tell you where it is.
Yeah, she starts following it. She doesn't say a word. She kind of
Okay.
like picks up.
Jester, like Ambrose would probably try and grab at Jester's arm as she starts walking away as like we're here scouting out. Jester, where are you going?
I think I sense like a charm nearby, and then she
Hmm.
starts walking.
Oh, well, at least come on. Let's at least be quiet about this. Where?
It's like right over there, like something like somewhere around this area, and then she kind of like does a hand gesture to like kind of towards the building, but like it is off to the side, but like it's kind of like in the lower area.
Hmm.
It might be underground again, like that was underneath the
Okay.
floorboards. It might be.
Mhm.
I may have fallen out of someone's pocket. It might be just off of the side right here. She'll go.
All right.
She'll start following. Like
All right. Let's
you guys can follow 100%.
All right, we'll
Sure.
follow you. Let's try and stay low though. Make sure no one sees us getting closer.
Everybody roll stealth. You are now going into an
Okay.
alarm zone. If you're seen here, alarm will increase. We'll have to see if you can cover up your tracks. Right now, you're at alarm 0. They don't know you're there. There's nothing to see here.
I spend
Back
a
alley
focus
apply.
to activate Abyssal Veil,
Mhm.
or I believe we said the scene is how long it lasts.
Ben,
Would you ask,
does
Splash?
back alley apply?
To your stealth? Is that your specialty?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would for this instance. I described alleys.
Is it nighttime?
Yeah, brother.
It is nighttime.
I don't lurker.
I got 9 successes.
Fantastic.
I was asking questions and my thing wasn't even on. We're just rolling a flat stealth, or is it like stealth plus dex?
Dex
or
stealth.
whatever? Okay.
I like to imagine Bravo like doing his best, like because he is weirdly stealthy for as big as he is. Like
Ralva
that
didn't
man
come
is
What are
with
we
you.
trying to
silent.
hit?
Bravo's not. I thought he was.
No, Ralva's not with you. He's staying back at the base.
Gotcha.
He would slow you down in this.
That's fair.
9 successes.
What's
I
the
might have to
difficulty?
willpower.
Base difficulty 6.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to willpower.
Unless I'm missing a difficulty decrease.
Liz, how much do you have?
4.
Mhm. I'm gonna
I'm looking for 5.
Six.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Ooh, wait. I just remembered. I can spider climb with my abyssal veil.
Oh yeah.
I have 5.
Oh wait, hold on. What's my thing
Just
at?
enough.
Ooh. Yeah, she is not the stealth specialist for obvious reasons.
It will get harder. You can all get the impression that the deeper you get into the Prime Spire, the harder it's going to get. Right now, it's very conventional stealth, staying out of sight. They have some spotlights that they're looking around with, but nothing too major. There's an occasional patrolling Abbeyman with a dog. You know to not go by street level. That helps a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Going by rooftop to rooftop, avoiding the few Abbeymen like on the balconies with like lights, or just taking in the evening.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
The dog walk perfume. Do I have to actively use that, or is that just good to go?
I presume that you've already used it. It's everybody has the dog block.
Okay, just checking.
Let's go.
Uh,
That's gonna help.
Spritz, spritz. I can no longer fuck you with the dogs being able to smell you. You eventually, being led by Molly, get to where the alley stops and it just like falls off into a cliffside sea with like a chain. It looks like for like a small crane that would lift and drop things probably onto boats down there. Molly, it's like in the cliff, and as you're like studying the cliffside, you see some kind of pipe that leads off the cliff, and it's under the Prime Spire. It could very well be a sewage pipe. It's somewhere in
She,
there.
yeah, she goes and she looks around and like she see her head kind of keeps following along, and then she kind of you see her shoulders like slump. Ah, don't tell me it's in the sewers over there. I think it's in that fucking pipe.
I like look down over the cliff and see it. You sure?
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty positive it's out there. Ah, she kind of like
Well,
looks up to the building. I don't know whether it's gonna be something that we could get to it now. Probably. It doesn't look too far, or it's gonna something that we have to go through the sewage at a point.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, if you want, I'm willing to take the risk and scout out down there using my abilities. But if someone has any ideas, I'm more than willing to listen to them. Even if we
I'll
might
probably kick
gotta
it down.
go through the sewers, a charm is a powerful boon.
How far down is the pipe?
Probably a medium distance. Molly could totally
I could
teleport to
I
it.
could teleport. Yeah. I
Mhm.
could yeah, I'll tell them. No, it's fine. It's just a little bit away. Just keep an eye out. And she very much will try to get to it.
How big is
I
the
don't
pipe,
know
by the
where
way?
exactly where I'll be able to land exactly. I don't know
In
whether
the,
it's gonna be like on the pipe and then have to like
you'd be aiming
jump in.
for in the pipe. There's not too much lip to land on. But so
Hmm.
long you have enough grace, it should be fine. The pipe looks big enough to where you could maybe like crouch walk in it, like double backed. You don't have to go
Yeah,
on your
okay.
hands and knees. It looks like.
Okay, it's big enough that I could just bend down and like just like shimmy over through
Yeah.
it. Okay.
So you spend a focus. Shazam! There's a streak of light as Molly disappears and is now in the pipe. You maybe like struggle for balance for half a second, but you do not fall back. You don't need to catch yourself. It's exactly what you thought it was, though. I think you have filtered, which is great. You
Yeah.
have the filtered mask.
Oh, thank God.
Good.
Whew.
Probably
Yeah.
smells bad in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. First thing you see, there is a metal grate like bars that prevent you from being able to go through the pipe. The
Oh, okay.
person, well, the corpse that is stuck in the bars didn't seem to realize that, as they're inside the pipes, and they
Aw.
are very poorly decomposed. They have
Hmm.
what looks like prison garb on, and you can see in their hand is a bone charm, as they were like sticking their hands through the bars trying to find escape, and presumably they died down here, unable to get out.
Oof.
She puts a hand to her heart and be like, I will try to escape the abbey too. I feel you. And well, she kind of takes it away from his hand.
Yep,
I suppose you
pry
don't
it out of
quite
his
need
cold
this, my
dead
friend.
hands.
Yeah, sorry, friend. Don't worry, we'll definitely use it for good.
As
And
you disturb the corpse, you see as there's like a squeak, and scurrying out from
rats.
under it, from inside of it maybe, come these rats, way more rats than what could have been
Ah!
underneath it. And they begin to swarm. They begin to run at you. The rat crazy in their eyes. They have one chance to hit you before you escape. What do
Okay.
you want to do? Block or dodge?
I'm gonna have to dodge. I'm gonna try to see if I could disgustingly, I'm gonna have to put my body against the sewage pipe and hope that they once they jump at me, I could just like let them get in front of me and then with my leg just like push them out to
Yeah.
hope that get them like out of the pipe. Fucking rats. Okay, let me do a roll.
God, if only I had survival points right now.
I miss them too. I miss
Yeah,
threat.
I don't.
I don't know. I feel I'm having a good time with this system.
What is
Just copy and
this?
stitch fucking threat and survival points for no reason.
I'm sorry. There's a thing that I have to add on to this, I'm pretty sure. Oh, right.
Oh man.
Just one. Okay, cool. Nice. Do 10. I think that should be it.
Hey.
Let's see. Think. Yeah, cool. Okay. 5. Huh.
5 is not going to be enough. I got 9.
Yeah. Um.
Also, I almost forgot. I take a health potion from the home base and a spiritual elixir
Oh fuck,
from
you're right.
emergency stash.
Everybody gets a magical medicine, don't they?
From the home base, yes. I will
Okay, everyone choose a
take-
magical medicine.
Fuck, I don't remember what they are.
You can go look at the document and see what your options are.
All right. The system, right?
Yeah.
All right. And that's
hmm,
at the bottom. Yeah. I mean,
I think Liz, all you can do, there's a like
I'm.
a spiritual dodge you have, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it. I forget what it's called.
I believe it's your level 3.
Form.
Try.
Yeah.
Is it
It's level 2 phase shift.
try?
As a
Mm.
reaction, they can spend a focus to basically do like an ethereal dodge or block.
What is it called? I'm trying to find it.
Phase shift. It's your level 2 spectral form ability.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
I'm going the Vitality Serum to up my health for this. But not yet.
Done.
We'll wait
Yep.
till combat starts.
Do I make this new roll, or what is that?
Yeah, you
how is
can. I
that
can. I
gonna
can. Does it call for a roll? Is it like Dex plus spectral
Stamina
form?
plus
roll
spectral form.
spectral form level?
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you want to,
Yeah.
would you? If you would rather have done that, you can do it. If you can spend, you would have to spend another focus.
Yes, and it uses stamina, since you're basically going ghost. You're kind of just taking the hit,
Dude, it's
and
probably
that's
not
your
gonna be any.
defense.
It's probably not gonna be any better. It's not. It's less dice.
Yeah, I think the only advantage is that it just helps you with soak.
Yeah, even if
This
you
even if
get
you
hit,
do
it
get hit,
reduces damage taken by 1. And
'cause
it's
that goes
also
through you
base
a little bit.
difficulty 5.
Very well. Well, if I fail, at least if it is 1 damage, I'll be okay. Okay. That's not an R. Uh, 5.
5 again is not enough. We
Yeah.
see as actually, would you like to describe when Molly goes full ghost? What does it look like?
Um. I think it's more. It usually happens where it very much is like. This one is more like because it's surprising. I think it was like more by accident. So it's more like they come at her and she kind of puts her hand like up and to kind of like take the hit, but it's just like she kind of like slightly wishes like fuck, I wish I wasn't here, and then she
Yeah,
just disappears. Yeah, she just disappears for a moment for them to like jump out and then like pass through.
you can see as like 2 of the rats jumping at you, like miss you, go straight through you, and just like fall in off the pipe into the fucking ocean. Really confused. The other ones, as you like come back into existence too soon, their persistence. They get at like your ankles and the lower parts of your legs. They're going to roll some
Yeah.
damage. So go ahead and soak.
Okay.
They roll 4 lethal damage. So
I
this will
assume
be
those
difficulty
rats.
7 to soak.
I assume the rats hit the fucking like when they hit the ocean, they make that big clap sound that rats make when they hit anything.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Seven and okay. Okay. Alrighty. We'll see how this goes. Wow.
Oh shit! Wow, 3 ones.
Wow.
Love to see it.
Well,
I'd roll
one of
that.
them is a success and then immediately dies, and then I immediately die,
A little bit.
and then yeah,
Molly mauled to death by rats.
I'd roll
yeah,
throw that.
that's the way to go.
2d8.
First death, Molly gets mauled to death by rats.
One hell of a way to go. Hold up.
You got mollied.
Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to willpower this.
Mhm.
All right, or not. Who knows? I guess not.
Well, the one you would willpower all the 3 ones, and then the last one just showing would become a success.
Yeah.
So, do you have a soak specialty for a good stamina specialty for soaking?
Specialty to soak.
Mhm.
Let me see. Yes.
Okay, then the difficulty will be 6. So that's 3 successes showing plus 1 for your spectral form. You soak it all.
Fuck yeah.
Between
Okay.
your armor and you blinking in and out of the material plane, you're able to buy yourself enough time to escape in a safe way, having to move yourself, lest you risk falling. It's going to be another focus to teleport back, or you can try to climb, but it's going to be a bitch.
Truly a sad fate.
I can help. I might be able to carry you.
She teleports back.
Another zip, as now Molly was gone for like 20 seconds, and I imagine she comes back. Totally different expression.
Yeah, there's a very disgust face. What you saw on the other end was 100% fucking rats pouring out at a point. Um, and then you see her shoes absolutely fucked up and bitten. That was fucking foul. But I got it. And she
You have in
folds
your
it up.
hand.
You all right?
Rat. Rat.
Oh, okay. Good job. Guess we'll have to be more careful next time. I did not account for rats.
Yeah, me neither.
No,
I
never
look at
expected
it.
rats. It is in your hand. It is a surprisingly clean bone charm. 1 notch, 1 symbol. It is. I think the marked get to know them instantly when touching them. This is Lucky Charm. You can reroll a single dice every scene.
That's real good.
Oh, that's real good.
It is
Pocket
an
that one.
emotion bone charm.
An emotion bone charm.
Which
Okay.
I think you are prohibited from it because the outsider doesn't have emotion.
Yeah.
I think.
That
Yeah.
is correct.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Truly sad. I pocket it.
Alrighty. That'll be good for later.
Uh-huh. Secret weapon
You
that we can use
also
for later.
You also see in this alleyway there is whale graffiti.
Ah, perfect. This is a great clue.
All right. Now that we've gotten that bone charm, seems we've also found the markings the whalers left for us. If my memory serves me correct, this should mark a easy access to the Prime Spire.
Correct.
You begin looking around, and it's not so easy as to just like a back door left open. It is it's a window which leads to the garage that has been conveniently left unlocked. It's very subtle to make it difficult for them to notice. No doubt someone came here and did this tonight. And you're all able to get through it into the garage if you so seek.
I look around, and I look towards Molly. Do you sense anything else nearby, or was that it?
We breathe for a moment. No, that's it.
Well, actually,
All right.
Molly, there's something distant. If you got closer, maybe
Oh.
into the Prime Spire, you'd get an idea.
Okay. She starts walking around. Maybe. I don't think so. What was it? Do I
If
sense
you
it?
if you
For
went
sure?
into the Prime Spire, you'd be able to get a direction.
She
Seems
kind
like
of looks
next
up the
area type
building.
stuff.
Yeah, she kind of looks at the building. My guess, I think there's something in there, but
Hmm.
well, we're good. We're
see.
gonna get in here anyways.
All right.
Somewhere in there.
All right, that's good then. We'll make sure to keep an eye out once we're inside. Might even find it amidst the overseer, right? That's what they're
Mhm.
called? The
Yeah.
overseer's collection. We have to stop by that anyways.
Oh, 100%.
Ambrose takes a quick look around. There's probably not much for us outside as stuff gets real
Mm.
once we head inside the Prime Spire. Then, once we're inside, we do have a few objectives outside the norm. For one, Volcan needs to stop by and take one of the artifacts that the Overseer keeps around. Second, we need to keep an eye out for a white hound. Remember that. We need its tongue, and in return, we'll get some useful equipment. And then, obviously, we can't forget our main objective. Which was Bamboy? It was something about Emily, right? I can't remember the exact. I know it's Emily related. I can't remember the exact. Like I think she was spotted here.
She was
But-
so I can explain it. She was spotted by the Whalers going into the Prime Spire, where then she made a broadcast using its broadcast system.
Okay.
Presumably she's still there, because you've
right,
been
right.
hearing similar broadcasts probably throughout the day. Like Emily's still
Okay.
at the horn. She's like every couple hours she says something.
Then Ambrose would be like, "We can't forget our main objective: find the false Emily. She must still be in there if the broadcasts are still being, broadcasted."
Sounds like the plan.
We
Action.
All right.
We.
Then if we know what we must do, I don't see any reason to stick around outside. We have our entryway.
Okay.
As you begin getting in, you see the garage is exactly that. Is a cold concrete place with a lot of metal racks for tools, various pushable shelves. There are chains on what is a pretty tall ceiling that seem to hoist up and lower different rail cars onto like these 3 rails that move into and out of the garage. The biggest problem here is that the garage doors open periodically. Like every 5 minutes or so, someone comes in. So you have to string your stealth in between that. The only other problem, there's probably like a foreman and like someone else probably taking note of some items. They are just writing something onto a piece of paper, some scroll they have on a fucking clipboard. And but there's no dogs. The only other problem might be it's kind of quiet in here. So if you made any sound, it might be an issue. But it's not dead fucking quiet or anything like that. There's still the talk of people outside. This guy is mumbling to himself. They'd actually probably be having a conversation where they're like, these 2 Abumans are like, all right, how many actuators? And do we get those greased? Or we have to have those readies by the 7th of winter.
Okay, how many actuators? Do we get those green? Start repeating.
And yeah, exactly. Fucking. So you all need to roll stealth again. And I'm curious if we get a scene of how these people stealth.
Okay. Well, Ambrose uses is within his abyssal appendage, abyssal veil, turning him into a almost shadowy mist-like state, shrinking his size as well in a shorter way as he creeps low to the floor, while like this, sticking to the shadows, crawling along the ceiling if he has to.
Rolling willpower real quick. Don't mind me.
I got 8.
Okay.
Including a
I got
crit
6.
in there.
Very nice.
Making up for my last. Little.
I mean, listen, it's how it goes for a little man EG.
8,
That was my 10th willpower.
Oh, here's a bitch. Lily.
Yeah.
They have a mechanical clockwork soldier in here, picking up and putting away cargo.
Okay. That's good to know.
You can recognize it as one of your designs. One of your designs given to the Abbey men many years ago. They're using it to just move crates.
Of course they are, because they don't know what the hell they have their hands on.
Exactly.
These
What are we beating?
plebeians.
Say again?
What are we beating?
Oh, this is the clockwork
this-
soldier.
No.
Oh,
What are we beating?
yeah.
The
For this, I'm looking for 3. It's very easy.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Cool.
10.
I should
Okay.
not have willpowered.
Yeah, probably not.
4 plus 3, I got.
I'll let you.
Okay.
I'll let you
Yeah.
retract willpower if you got more than 3 initially.
I did. Yeah.
All right, let me count
You can take it
then,
back.
actually, in that case.
I think that's 5.
So
Yeah, I got, like,
those 2
4
ones,
then.
eat those. I have 6.
Okay.
6.
Yeah.
Mine is also
No
6.
problem so far. You can all slink through here. How does Molly move through a garage stealthily?
Um, her method is very much topside whenever she really can. Um, well, it's kind of spectral, so it's kind of like it's almost see-through. There's moments where she becomes a lot more see-through, especially when she's near someone else, just to kind of get by, and she'll continue going forward. It's kind of that's all I can really think. It's
Mhm.
kind of like a ghost, like fading in and out of existence for like moments.
Absolutely. How would Lily go about stealth?
Oh boy. Um, probably put any object between her and anybody who could see her, as much as possible.
Mhm.
Failing that, stick to dark places or any walls, sort of as much out of the way as you can. She doesn't mind taking the long way around if it means she's not going to get caught.
Very nice.
Okay.
Mhm.
And Volcan. How does Volcan apply his subtlety?
I have two. I have 2 thoughts. One is, and no matter what I do, my dice stay the same. But one thought is, I just pretend like I belong here and walk through normally.
That without the mask, that'd be impossible.
Yeah. Oh wait,
Ah,
I could totally do that. One
Yeah,
of
but
my
you suck at
maths
lying.
is. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
fair enough. In that case, I'll just try to stick through stick to the shadows, staying as low as I can.
Okay. Slinking underneath rail cars. Eventually, you make it all. You make it in, and you can move freely from this place now. It goes to one place. It goes to the halls, which seem to connect to the greater Prime Spire. But it seems like there's fuck all here. Just a chance for you to fail.
Is there a
An
map,
easy way in, I guess.
perhaps plastered to a wall somewhere of the Prime Spire?
Yeah, there probably would be, but probably not here. It'd probably be like next to the elevator.
Okay. And I assume listening in to their conversations, nothing of note as we slink
Oh
by.
fuck no. Maybe. No, there would be nothing. They're just going through the most monotonous bullshit.
All right. Then apart from that, Ambrose is probably just like getting ready to go to the objective if like there's no map and they don't really say anything interesting, but he is always keeping a keen eye out for like a sign that says kennels, that points towards a kennels, or something, or like a white hound, anything that could like show us towards the white hound. So he's very alert on that aspect at the very least as he's moving through here.
Oh yeah. Okay. You are eventually going to get to the halls, which I'll let you be in the halls, and if you want to move from here, I'll make you roll stealth again. That's how it's going to work. Every single room, and there's like 5 of them here. The halls are the switchbacking stairs that lead up to Prime Spire, which are fucking massive. And in the center of the stairs, there's the elevator, which I'll warn you not to go into. Just don't do it. Don't do that in a Bamboy game. I will blow you up.
Yeah.
So what if I'm on this? What if I stick to the ceiling of the elevator? No one can see me that way.
That would be better than just normally doing it. Maybe there's something that can be done with the shaft.
So these are like
there
the poles
is.
that connects everything together, right?
Yep, exactly. And they are very well patrolled. There's the occasional like hiatus amongst like a statue that you can like jump on top, or a bookcase, or like some kind of closet, or also tables that you could probably slink underneath, like off to the side of these paths.
Mhm.
Paintings everywhere. Paintings of a lot of men in regal attire. You think like overseers of past or outstanding members of the abbey. Let me see.
Okay. Ambrose sticks to the
Uh,
ceilings.
You can see that in the halls they're using dogs. Every other Abbeyman seems to be walking with a hound that is just like sniffing around.
Thank
Okay.
God we had that perfume.
Would I be
Yeah,
able to
thankfully.
get a mask on the elevator?
It wouldn't be on the elevator. It'd be in like their armory area, which isn't here.
Oh, I thought you said it would be
You'd have
next
to
to the
kill.
elevator.
The map.
No,
not mask.
the map
Oh,
would be.
map. Gotcha.
Mhm. If you wanted a whole uniform, it would have to probably be in like their barracks. But
Yeah.
you can
Gotcha.
see from here, you can see the map. The halls lead to the barracks, the garage, the front door, and the basement. And as you see basement, Molly, you see basement, and like the words like come to life. It's almost like crawling out from under the words are these like abyssal symbols. And then it dawns on you, below you, there is a magnificent power that is trying very, very hard to be suppressed. By means that you can't quite discern, there is some kind of interference with your natural ability to detect the supernatural. However, whatever it's trying to mask is far too powerful for any interference to totally blind you to it. It is below you, somewhere in the basement.
Okay. She kind of like, as we're staring at the map, kind of placing where we're at and discussing of like where to move next. Molly just like turns and then she's like looking down the stairway, like going downwards, like she knows there's something down.
hmm
And she turns to you guys and goes, this is a little weird, but like I sense something down there, but it's like being contained.
Like a similar to that of like a
Like
charm or rune.
I can't tell. It's I don't know what they have down there, but it's containing something with
Hmm.
some type of power. I'm not too sure. I know the Abbey really hates having fun with magic, so I'm not surprised. You could tell what her opinions about them. Uh, so I don't know. I don't know whether this is gonna affect the mission or not. If we want to need
Hmm.
if we need to go down there or not.
The Abbey is known for their anti-magic practices. If that is what you think is happening down there, then they must be using it for something. Could be a charm, perhaps a ruin, maybe even an artifact. Could be worth checking out. Before that, though, I like look at the map. Does it state like kennels anywhere where they keep the dogs?
The barracks has an armory and a kennel section.
Okay.
You can also see from the barracks, you can get to the High Overseer's office and the broadcast center, which seems to be at the very top.
Okay. If I'm reading this map correctly, it seems like the barracks houses the kennels. If there is a white hound, it could be there if it's not already on patrol with a squadron. Also seems that the barracks is directly connected to the broadcast center and the overseer's office. If we head to the basement now, we can go to the barracks later, and that should sum up most things. What does everyone think
Nods.
here? We can hit the basement, then go to the barracks next, and that should get us toward both our objectives. All three, in fact.
It sounds like a plan.
A little scary and risky, but I like it.
Indeed.
Lily would just kind of nod. Don't forget I'm here too. You asshole.
I was waiting. I thought you weren't going to say anything for a second.
My mic keeps. I keep muting my mic to eat something, so it's not coming over the mic. And then I talk, and my mic is muted.
Aw,
Lily's like
sorry.
fucking talking to the schizophrenic ghost.
Exactly.
Hey, that's my job. That's good.
Yeah.
Then
No.
you're all going to need to make a way through the halls. Oh, sorry, did Lily want to say something?
No, she just nodded. She hasn't.
Right.
She's had nothing to say about anything so far. She's just kind of taking in their main operating procedure, like how they do things.
I'm
And
getting
if we are to
the
head to the basement,
the
let's do
ropes.
so with caution.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anti-magic can mess
I'm
with all of us.
I'm presuming you're all stealthing still until otherwise. So go ahead and roll stealth again.
Mhm.
I'm looking for, because you got the dog block, it's only difficulty 5. Excuse me,
Ooh.
success is 5. The difficulty is base of 6.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking. It was difficulty 8 with if the dogs had to get were involved, but you know you were wise to get the dog block. The Abbey is well known to use dogs to sniff out the supernatural.
8.
As a mastermind, I would know this.
Absolutely.
I gotta spend a willpower. I'm not gonna pass. Oop. Yeah. There's difficulty 6, right?
Yeah.
You have a stealth specialty by any chance?
Sleight of hand. So I don't think it applies to this.
Definitely not.
So yeah, I have 4 successes.
Okay. We're gonna go into the second part of what happens when you fail one of these. It's not immediately fucking code red.
Right.
You guys are moving through halls, trying to get to the stairways to the basement. And it's like a circle, like it's a square hall that people are patrolling up and down. And you're moving from point to point, slinking, having to share the few places to hide here. We see Ambrose just slinking across the ceiling, going from like this place is lit by like chandelier almost. So he's just going from the pools of darkness in between the chandeliers. And you could just see something fast scurry when like in between the points every now and then. Molly is taking the approach of up high. She's actually just on the chandeliers, using her like ghostly weightless form that so it doesn't swing or it swings very, very little. She's just like blink. She has to wait for a little bit for her focus to recharge. Blink, wait a little bit longer. You know how it goes. Lily is taking corners very carefully, using the like protrusions, like pillars of the walls, to hide her thin frame. And she would like slinks behind a statue as an overseer and a hound walk by, and you can hear as the overseer just like mutters under his breath and is like, "Such a little thing. Why did it catch my eye?"
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
As he walks on, actually no, you got failed. So there would
So,
be
yeah.
there would be like a stop of the hound as it like looks over, and you can see the overseer like snap to attention, is like, "What, boy? That's just overseer Maxwell Hearth." And he just like admires the statue for a second as the dog knows like something's behind the statue, but the overseer hasn't quite gotten to it. The dog is like growling. You are at alarm 1, which means that something wrong has been noticed. Someone can take an action to try and mitigate this quickly. One person can take one action. Who's it going to be?
Can I drop from the ceiling on him?
Yes.
No.
That'll alert the dog.
I can non-lethal thanks to my artifact, so we won't have to kill anyone.
Oh wait, what about the dog though?
That dog is gonna
like,
bark.
if it's one action and I drop on them, does that mean like I can't do both, or is it just like
You
I
can do both?
Okay.
It's not so conventional like normal combat. So it's gonna be a big. I'm gonna use your to hit to your Dex plus melee to really resemble how good you are at this. But I have a feeling it's gonna work pretty well. It's going to be double the stealth in this instance. So I'm gonna look for 10 successes.
Yeah, okay. That's what's got to be done. Ambrose noticing fucking the dog catching on and Lily about to get caught from his ceiling position, drops from the ceiling and goes in there for the hit. Goes into the fucking take him out.
Yeah. Non-lethal drop on the Abbeyman, I presume?
Yeah. No
and then are you just gonna fucking kill the dog?
Might as well.
Gonna have to.
It will be fast.
All right.
I think in game you can't do non-lethal on dogs.
Just a hit.
Okay. All right, so that's 14. Difficulty. Do not believe there's a modifier. Just double checking. Yep. Okay. Just to make sure I had everything. The crit, baby. 13.
Okay, that's enough. There is a loud thud from the other side of the statue, Lily, as there's like a growl in the beginning of a bark before it gets cut short in a very like hard to hear like whine way as there's silence again. As you peek over, you have a dead body and a unconscious overseer to hide, which you must do quickly. You do so. It's not hard. You put the overseer behind the statue, and the dog is going to be put into some like garbage bin or hide in like a closet or something, as it's going to bleed. But it shouldn't be a problem yet. They'll probably find it soon, but not so soon that's going to bother you.
Right.
You continue making way. Your alarm goes back down to 0. Well mitigated.
Nice. Very nice.
The basement.
What about it?
As you walk, I'm just reading it. As you're making your way to the basement, you see that it has like a center. It's a big concrete basement with a center room that has a couple like hallways branching off to it. First thing you notice is the rumbling of a generator and the like smell of burning whale oil. They seem to be producing their own electricity here. There's a couple of engineers, you presume, but they look like every other Abbey men down here. Some men in the fierce, like scowling metal mask are tending to the generator. You can see they're also one is seemingly categorizing what he's describing as heretical artifacts. Seemingly categorizing and cataloging how many they have, and they, as you can see, as Molly can affirm, those ones are fucking useless. Those ones are little fucking like whalebone like charms and shit. Not even a bone charm, just normal ivory
Magnets.
statues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
The fragment. Hmm.
exactly. The real thing you notice, there's a big ass fucking vault door, like a proper like bank technology clockwork vault door. Huge in steel. This, you would recognize this, Ambrose, or excuse me, not Volcan. You'd recognize this because the Tivian Bank has a vault much like this, and you've robbed everything out of their vault like 3 times.
Yeah. Ooh, I know this one.
I know this
there's like,
model.
peasy.
there's like a big lock company in the game, but I forget what it is. It's who makes all the safes, but it's proper technology. And that's closed, but it looks like to start the whole process of opening, it just needs a key. There's also a doorway that leads down a hallway that seems to be cells. It seems to be this is where they keep their detainees, their prisoners.
Mhm.
A little dark down there, a little dungeon-esque.
Sounds about right.
Something tells me
Gremlins.
what we're looking for is behind that door.
Oh yeah.
Can Molly pinpoint what is doing the blockage? Is that like a certain technology?
It might be the
that
door
it's using?
itself.
Mm.
Maybe it's
It's
something in there.
magic door.
Maybe it's the metal
Yeah,
of the
it's made out
door.
of lead.
It could be. Or it's something in there. You actually hear on the back of your like your sixth sense, like this dissonant hymn. And I would say because you have true faith, you can recognize the power of true faith. It seems to be that they're using a music box in there.
Mm.
Ooh.
Bamboy thought ahead. He knows we can't just magic this bitch.
You can totally try. The music box doesn't
Yeah.
always stop powers. It just makes it really hard.
Right.
Yeah. She stares at it and she says, I think it's the vault itself that's it's blocking something out. But I think I think they're playing music in there. It's really weird. It must be really good though. Must be
Music
really
box.
good in though if they're playing music in there. Oh yeah, they have a music box that just really fucks with magic.
I've
It
heard of this.
I don't know how, but it kind of conflicts with like wavelengths, kind of. And well, let's just say this type of music is a real downer. Uh, it ruins a lot of shit. A lot of
Yeah.
my shit.
The hymns of the Abbey are
That
quite infamous.
yes, sadly. So be aware if we open that up. Uh, best not to be near it.
Then it seems trying to just use our abilities to get through the vault might prove difficult if there is indeed a music box protecting it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a simple key lock, however. I do have a history of thievery, and I could try picking it if you wish. It's mundane, but it might work, although I don't know if there's any alarm systems attached to this. That might be something to look out for.
Hey,
Bamboy.
Bamboy. Oh,
Guess we can look.
5e first.
I was just gonna ask if I could know if I could like roll academics for alarm, like
Hmm.
just to via my own history know about that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll and tell me your successes. And what do you want to do, Lily?
I wanted to know if my knowledge of clockwork tech would help with this at all.
Yes, it absolutely
could
would. Go
both
ahead and
do it.
roll.
That'd be what?
Intelligence technology.
Okay, so that's 10. Okay.
Let's see what our
And I'm not
smarty
good at
pantses can figure out with their rolls.
Does memory or history apply, Bamboy?
Neither of those.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
6.
Okay. Another willpower expenditure.
You're shitting me.
Ain't that a kick in the head?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm just sitting here with my
so
lockpick, waiting patiently like a good little boy.
3.
I
I got
keep an eye out.
technically 3 successes.
Okay. Lily, what you know is that this is pretty sophisticated clockwork tech. There's a whole ass like intricate lock in there that boils down to the point of you just needing a key, but it's nearly impossible to lockpick this kind of thing. You need the key. Specifically, the key is really sturdy, which is what makes like fine tools like normal lockpicks really hard to get through these. But still maybe possible. Volcan, what you know is that these are built like a shit brick house. There's only a couple of them in the entire fucking aisles, like one on every aisle, probably in its capital bank. They are damn near immune to brute force. You've tried a lot of different methods of how to blow these things, and none of them seem to work. The greatest success that you've ever had with them is finding the key. But you also know that there is absolutely always a second means of security. Always, always. Whether they put fucking like gross gunk on the money if you fucking grab it too fast, or they just incinerate it all, or there's just another door sometimes. Like there's always something else. It's never just like here's the fucking vault door.
Yeah. Can I tell which one they're using here?
No. It would be like between either another barrier, an alarm, or something that would be even more hyper specific to the Abbey men, like the music box maybe.
I see.
Your inexperience with the Abbey men fails you here. You've never really
Yeah.
raided their spires. You're more of a bank man yourself.
Yeah.
More valuables in those ones. These guys just keep weird stuff.
Way
in their
easier to
vaults.
rob.
Yeah.
There's an army on top of you right now, so it's just not worth it to go into these places most of the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Lily would mention, she'd say quickly, you're not able to lockpick that one.
And
Unfortunate.
unfortunately, brute force won't be the way either.
I see.
Oh no. Are you telling me we gotta go the old fashioned?
We have to get
Yeah,
the
but-
key.
No,
Yeah.
no.
God
The
damn.
2 thieves are so sad.
Amber's a little disappointed he couldn't relive his days as a thief.
Ugh,
There might
it
be
hurts
something
my
more though,
soul.
Ambrose.
Yeah.
You notice the guy who's doing the categorizing, the like 2 or 3 other Abbey men that are here keep coming to him, and like asking him, and they call him like some Abbey. It would be like the prime quartermaster, and they keep referring to him that. So you think that he has some kind of title, and as you like give him a good look, you see a keychain on his belt. You need the whole fucking keychain, and it's quite a few keys, but one of those could be it.
But
How
who's gonna
many
do
charges?
this?
One sec. How many charges did I spend earlier? Just checking.
So I could I could try and tentacle the key away from him, or I could sneak up. We could just try and pickpocket him.
You could just kill
I've
him.
also got.
Or you
I've also got
could,
some.
you could tell me you kill all of them, and I would let you do it. Like you can do a combined attack.
Ambrose would
Yeah.
mention as he's looking around. Well, if normal theory won't work and we need a key, it seems like he might be our guy. I've overheard the overseers referred to him as a quartermaster, and he does have a keychain on his belt. If we can get the key from him, we might be able to get into the vault. We might have to take him out, though, to not arouse any suspicions.
Well, technically speaking, she looks at the floor and then like everybody else like in the room, they're in here. If we're gonna open the door at all, we're gonna have to get rid of them.
Yes, not to
Indeed.
mention, from what I know of key keepers, they tend to check often.
It's gonna be a problem.
You'd be surprised. Well, we can try and take them out silently without them noticing, then hide them away so no one can find them. Then we can get into
Can we
the
just
vault.
put them in the vault when we're done?
We could. That is an
Please?
option. We could just shove
Please?
them in the vault. It
Sure.
would be an
Molly
effective
just
way to
really
hide
likes
them.
the idea. Please?
All right, 1 second. Let me. They might have a false key system. Let me do something real quick. Bamboy,
Uh-huh.
looking at the key, like his keychain, and he has a lot
Yeah.
of keys, right?
Yeah, he
If
does.
I roll wits plus streetwise to use my experience as an ex-thief, could I identify which key would open that vault?
You totally can. It'd be perception plus streetwise.
I can do that.
Fantastic.
Just in case they have
Can
like
I
some
help?
system.
Yeah, sure.
Yippee! How many dice?
Oh, what are you looking for? Perception?
Perception.
3.
Thank you. And I believe I have scoped on my mask, so I can get a good look. And I believe it gives me a modifier, and my acute senses gives me a very low DC. Or, I guess, difficulty. I think that's 12.
Yeah, I mean, how can I say no to a 12? That is definitely enough to discern. Takes you a second, but not even too long. Your scope helps a
Yep.
lot, as we see you like eyeing the circumference of the keyhole. You look over at his keys.
Yeah.
There's only so many that are big. There's a couple that are big, but there's only so many that are big and look nice. You identify the same metal as the Volt. It's kind of like brazen steel. You're pretty goddamn certain you know which key it is.
All right. I think, yeah. If we did get a hold of the keychain, I can discern which key would open the vault, just in case they have some kind of false key system that would set off an alarm or lock it forever. If we get the keychain, I can get the proper key. Won't take long at all.
Okay. Sounds good.
Then,
So,
are we sure? Are we gonna take them out? Is that the plan?
I believe so.
I believe that is how it is going to go.
Then
Sure.
then let's get in position, and then
Who?
on my mark
gonna
we can
take 'em out?
strike. All of us. We need to take out multiple at once. Let's all pick a target, and then on my mark we strike.
Lily only has
So-
guns, right? Do you have any silence?
I have my gun, snake eyes, and some impact grenades. So everything else is fists. But I do have full brawl with a specialty in
Oh.
fists. So
You strangle him.
yeah. I have to do it the old-fashioned way. You youngsters with your fucking special technology. Back in my day, we just choked a bitch.
Is the Viper Cobra? I think that's a silenced pistol, isn't it?
Oh wait, yeah, it is silenced. I could shoot somebody,
You could shoot somebody.
and we're not
Shoot
having
'em.
any of that chaos bullshit, are we?
They're going non-lethal so far. I've
Hmm.
been a little liberal with little
If you
people. I
blast
forgot
someone,
to.
I wouldn't judge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would
It's
anybody
an
care?
admin.
you
I
know,
wouldn't
some
definitely
suspense.
judge.
I don't care.
All right, I guess I'll pop a guy
Love-
from like
Yeah.
a close
Fucking
distance.
criminal.
All right.
Jeez.
Uh,
Fuck. Okay.
Ambrose is
I'm
only
try-
doing non-lethal because he was part of the military, but like if you kill someone, he's not gonna bat an eye.
These are your
Right.
people, Lily.
Lily doesn't give two shits. Her niece is at risk.
Lily. You know what? That's a good point.
They're traitors of the Empire, anyways. They're
Exactly.
working
they
with
are.
the enemy.
Down with the
Okay, then
heathens.
everybody, roll your to hit, like whatever weapon you'll be using to hit.
I'll use a Kraken's grasp.
I sneak up on the guy with the keys
Yeah, good
with
idea.
my sword.
Five.
Is what I'll do.
I don't really have any
Uh,
silent powers.
Kraken's grasp was just a mace, isn't it?
It's a chain whip.
It does
Actually,
dashing damage. Right, but if it just
Huh?
if you don't use its magical properties, it's just like a fucking +3 bash, isn't it?
I believe so.
You're going to be using that because the magical properties absolutely would draw attention. So you're just going to
Mm.
truncheon a guy in the back of the head.
Great. Yeah, naturally,
Should
normally it does +4 aggravated.
Should I do
There
my
we
chance
go.
die, or is this not a combat type thing
Chance die?
for Snake Eyes? Remember?
Oh,
It's a whole
fuck.
gambling mechanic.
You can do don't do it for this one. It's a little bit outside of
Okay.
initiative.
I gotcha. Okay.
Is it DC?
For this one, I want to make it 6 because it would be the
Fuck
stealth
me.
of the basement, and I'm gonna double it. It's very loud in here because of the generator. That's what makes it so easy to stealth.
I got 8 plus a crit.
No, I didn't get too many. Let me just count.
Yeah.
Got a 1 in there,
8.
Lil. Don't
Only
get too
18.
excited.
Only 18. Jesus,
I crit and I only got a single one. God is on my side.
you did.
Are you sticking with the 5, Liz?
Um.
Are you gonna willpower?
Hold on.
I don't think there's any way I can help, sadly.
No, that did something different. That's not gonna help me in this situation. Shit.
You're only one off, luckily.
I know, but it's fucking one off. I don't think there's
mean-
anything that could help me in this situation. I guess I'm gonna have to probably willpower this one.
We can use the rarely used component of willpower, where instead of rolling, you just get an automatic success, bringing you to 6. If you're good with that,
Which one?
it's the other way you can use willpower. Instead of re-rolling, you can just spend a willpower to get an automatic success.
Oh,
Never
okay.
used, but
Yeah, it's almost never used because it's almost like it's way better to just re-roll once. But for this instance, you only need 1. So if you want to just say it happens,
Yeah.
you don't have to roll.
Yeah. I'll use my willpower for that.
Okay, fantastic. Your guy has a little umph in him. You have to hit him again. As you are you going up with your bow? I imagine.
Yeah, it's my crossbow where he fucking hits him. Probably like she tries to aim for the maybe like
I have an idea. Very
I get
relatable.
like yeah,
Dishonored
it's gonna
moment.
be it's a little weird. I don't know how I would describe it with an arrow.
You have
go ahead.
you have explosive arrows most of the time. So this one's like a not primed charge. So it's just a fat fucking heavy arrow that you can just hit into someone's head just to ring their bell.
Oh.
And as you're like bringing it back and firing it, he turns slightly just as like you fire, and it hits right into the fucking Abbey mask face, which like throws him back and throws the mask off of him as he takes a deep breath in, like looking and meeting your eyes, and if he's about to go and scream, but before you can, you can see as someone just slides the arrow into your bow, and you are able to fire again and hit him right in the forehead, where his head just bounces back.
Nice.
And as you would go to
Alright.
look to see who just did that, you can see the outsider just standing there. But you can see there's almost like this strange haze over him, and he just nods and disappears quickly. almost as if it was difficult for him to stay there.
Mm,
Damn, I should have picked the outsider.
Yeah.
My God.
he's
so
super
helpful.
cool. Yeah.
As
All
so
right.
for Volcan, on one of the guards or one of the Abbey men. Sorry, he's gonna tap one of them on the shoulder, and as they turn around, see the mask. Right before they say anything, he bashes them over the head with the with the Kraken's grasp.
Bonk! They
Bonk.
fall onto their
Goes
mask.
down like a sack of potatoes. Yeah.
Ambrose sneaks up on the guy as like the dark mass, and then arms come out of like the dark shadowy fucking form he has, and just pull the overseer into it. And then when he steps away, there's just the unconscious guy on the floor.
I'm
And
gonna check.
then opposing
Go
all
on.
of this, we just see the silhouette of Lily stand strong behind one of the Abbey men and raise this like comparatively small pistol with like this long barrel to the back of his head.
And just pulls the
You
trigger
fire?
once. Yep, I pulled the
Blow,
trigger.
just a not even a blow, just be like a hiss almost, like a viper snake hiss as he just like there's a splat of blood across the wall, across like some of the artifacts he was looking at, and he just falls over.
I don't hesitate, bitch.
I don't hesitate.
I'm gonna steal this guy's clothes and mask.
Sure thing, easy done.
Oh yeah, I'm. Yeah, quick change.
You know,
Uh,
Midas, if you needed clothes, we could have gone shopping.
You know that's not why I'm doing this. You
He
know this.
smiles. What do you mean?
Lily would go over to inspect the safe when she was sure all the other guards had been taken care of.
Yep, they're all down. And with
Okay.
grabbing the key, you're able to open that bitch. It's got like the very satisfying like clunk as it takes some force, Ambrose, to twist that key. And then there's like the spinning and whirring of the insides of the vault as its big fucking wheel hand like begins to spin. There's like the click clock of the clockwork. There's
Yeah.
a symmetry and beauty in it, Lily, that only someone like you would be able to fully appreciate.
Hell yeah, there is.
Don't
So beautiful.
Forget porno
Don't mind-
mag. She just reads Watch fucking weekly.
Yeah. Don't mind Volcan as he does some super villain shit. I'm gonna
No,
tie them
of
up, the ones that are living, gag them, and then suspend them from the ceiling so they aren't easily seen.
Oh my god. Okay. That's gonna be really hard to do. You're gonna have to make like a levy situation, like a pulley situation, which you're familiar with how you're doing it.
Yeah,
It's
I know what I'm
easier if we
doing.
put him in the vault.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
it is.
True. I'll hang them in the vault.
At, like Volcan's like
But we
dragging all
gotta
of them
get
at
it
once.
open. We need to get it
Yeah.
open first. However, before we open it, Molly says, be aware it is playing music. I don't know whether you want to do this now or later. It's might gonna make noise.
I mean, if we
Yeah.
turn it off, do the effects stop?
Yes. And
Okay.
Molly
quick.
would know that.
Yeah. We just gotta go in quick. However, I
Indeed.
don't behind here. So,
We can
obviously.
quickly dispose of the source of the music as the vault opens. Make sure no sound leaks out. Good catch. Ambrose will be ready to whatever music box is making that music, he's ready to like just make sure it doesn't music anymore as soon as we get in the
No,
vault.
you're not. As you open the vault, you see inside. The walls are many smaller wall vaults, like smaller wall safes. Very payday, little man, very payday. And
I didn't bring the saw.
but what takes way more attention than that, distorting the air around it, like almost like a heat mirage, like a force that's barely able to be seen, is the music box in the chest of an automatron, a clockwork soldier.
Fuck.
Lily, you recognize your own design. They fucking butchered it. Its legs are gone. It's stuck, just it's like a bust of it. You don't know where they fucking put it, or if it got damaged or something. But it doesn't seem to be able to move anything other than its upper body. But in like the perfectly fitted chassis of the chest and stomach, they just shoved a music box into it. Such graceless
These
work. Such
Fuckers
a
are
blunt
experimenting.
instrument.
You bastards! You blew it up.
You can see its arms are blades.
So it's the old
And
version.
it seems, yes. And let me double check if it has any other like guns or shit on its arms.
Doesn't
It has
have, like,
integrated
Look what
Tesla
they did to
coil.
my boy.
Yeah, that's all it has.
It has 2 arms which have pistols.
Oh, okay.
Ambrose like is
And
getting
dual
ready to go in
longswords.
there, but as soon as he sees that, he definitely like hides behind the safe as he sees some weird robot, like recognizing the Clockwork Soldier, trying not to let it see him for hopefully. And she's like, "What the
Lily,
fuck?"
Mm-hmm.
you hear as it comes to life. It spurs to action from the opening of the door, and it says just once, "Identify yourself." You have moments before it goes into its basically like failed identification mode, which is just going to cause it to probably alarm and attack. You can either try to bluff it, or you can try and get in there and dismantle it. If you move quickly, you know specifically there's probably like 1 or 2 things you can just tug out of it before it like raises arms. But
Could
if you
I
move quickly enough, you
use-
can try and take this moment.
Could I use the fact that I've basically built what I assume is this model, at least
Mhm.
at some point, to have like an admin back end password that I could only use once on a given robot to
backdoor?
shut it down?
Yeah, it would be the shutdown, the like all the override shutdown. You can totally try. That would be bluffing it. I would
Okay.
let you roll appearance plus subterfuge.
All right, I have no subterfuge, so it'd just be 4 dice. Would that even be enough?
Maybe if you crit, but unlikely. I'm looking for 5 here to try and bluff it.
Yeah,
You might just want to go for the tech roll.
I'll just
I would
dismantle
try
it.
and
It's
help,
fine.
but
I
I think like
have-
Lily's got to get this one.
I could dismantle it real quick. That's
Yep.
just what I have to do. I'll have to work on getting my my subterfuge up a bit.
Can I give the
Wits
help action?
plus Wits plus technology, and I would say not for this one.
Oh,
Lily is
Alright.
the only one that knows how to do this.
I only have 6 of these, so we'll see. Cutting it in real close. Oh, well. 1, 2, 3. I have 4. You're kidding me. You know what? I've been doing it this entire fucking time. I may as well.
yeah.
On fucking willpower.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me look at something real quick.
Oh, that's a 20. Ignore that.
Can I use my socialite born leader expertise to give him automatic successes by spending a focus and rolling leadership?
Is that a thing you can do with socialite?
The expertise born leader, you can spend a focus to roll charisma manipulation plus leadership as a free action. You grant 1 creature of your choice modifier to all their rolls until the end of their next turn on a 3-to-1 ratio. Would that be allowed?
I would allow it. Yeah, if you want to do that. Other than, I mean, your willpower succeeded, but if you would rather keep the willpower, we can do that instead.
He's
Yeah.
been spending a lot of willpower. I'm gonna blow one of my focus for him. Yeah,
I'd rather keep
I'll
the
blow one of my
willpower.
focus.
I
As
appreciate
What
like
does
man.
Ambrose say?
as she runs in and starts like dismantling, and like the robot, I probably hear some whirring noises as it's starting to like spark to life. Ambrose hears this, and not screaming, maybe just in a normal voice. He kind of like just, I guess says to Lily, not really shout because like we're trying to keep it low key. He goes, Lily, hurry up. We don't have much time. Only you can do this. We're counting on you. And I'll roll charisma plus leadership.
Let's see.
Unless I could get jack shit successes, so it's still a possibility we fail here. However,
Let's hope not.
probably not because my leadership's really good, especially with my merits. Or would commander or speechmaker come into play here?
Commander.
Okay. Just wanted to ask, just so I know it counts. Doesn't matter though, because I have -2 difficulty from other sources. I just want to know, just to feel good about myself.
Of course. Vindication.
And let me double check my bonuses I have written here for charisma stuff. I always need to double
Charisma.
check. Yep. I'm rolling leadership, so I would only have a +1 mod, not a +2. Okay. So
crit is
that
completely
one
canceled.
eats the 10, but that means 1, 2,
Littleman, you have. Oh, you do have an extra one. That sucks.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 7, which means he gets +2 automatic successes.
That'll put you over the top.
Yes, it will.
With a little bit of extra pressure, the heat is on with some quick thinking. Reacting in a split second, you're able to move behind it, and just as it says, this is your last warning. You rip out something from that connects the head and the body, and there's like a as you're holding some kind of like glowing glass metal piece, and it like slumps forward, and the music box stops.
Hmm.
This is your last
Very-
warning.
Very well done. That motherfucker was a mini boss.
Well, good thing then.
Ambrose takes a sigh of relief as he was just getting ready to raise the sword, and then he sees the robot power down. Good job, Lily. Only you could have done that. It really saved our skins there.
You see her like just rubbing the shoulder of this robot, like a caring mother, like what? Look what they did to my boy, kind of mentality.
my boy.
She's like, my only regret is I couldn't save him. And then she kind of giggles and says, "All right, let's get this fucking shit over with."
All right, we're in. Let's look around, see what was emanating that power.
Now that the music box is gone,
can you sense anything, Lily?
absolutely.
She walks in.
In a couple of these safes, you see you feel bone charms. As well, there's also safes that don't have like power coming from them, but you know, while you're here, right?
No.
Hey. Yeah.
So
Time to up our
as much
research
as
charges.
as much as I'd love to bust your balls about these being like 12 safes you have to get through, between Ambrose being a really good lockpick and you being able to phase your fucking hands through the safe and grab whatever inside and take it out, I can't
Yeah.
stop you guys with these normal safes. Maybe another Witcher Warlock, but not you guys.
Yeah, Ambrose
Nice.
would start picking one side while he lets Molly do the spectral hand on the other, and we start going through them.
Exactly. And even Volcan, we see. Well, actually, that'd be too loud. I would say rip off a fucking safe, but that would probably be a little bit too much. It could, but he chooses not to. As you amass the
Yeah, he's hanging
loot-
the bodies from the ceiling.
He's very
Yeah.
busy.
Yeah, we turn around, we just
Yeah,
see
he's
like there's a
very
new
busy.
chandelier of people. Like, what the
Listen,
fuck happened?
First off, they're alive. They'll continue to be alive. However,
Except the one with the bullet in his
when-
head.
One. Yeah,
See,
that's one.
well, that guy's just hidden. You see, as the vault door opens, they raise up, and as it closes, they lower back down.
Oh my god.
My god.
I gotta do supervillain shit, guys.
He's got a
Fucking menace.
Ambrose questions the process, but is like,
Why is he so good at this?
it accomplished the goal, I guess. No harm going on here. It's just
He's
weird that he
sending
chose
a
to do this.
message. He's sending a
Uh,
message.
Everybody, the things you find are the following: 1 tusk bone rune, 1 XP to everybody.
Hey,
This is seems to be
Where
from some kind of like sea mammal, not a whale, but like a walrus or maybe like a tusk seal. God knows seals have fangs in this game.
oh, yeah, Waller.
The other thing you find, open up the Dishonored system document and go find its bone charms, because there are 4 level 1 bone charms here of your choice. You can just straight up choose
Oh!
any level you want.
Okay, well, let's write down just 4, and
Yeah.
we could pick them out. Yeah, we could pick them out later.
Yeah, okay.
Wow,
Good
look
idea.
at these bone charms, you guys.
4
Talk to
bone
them.
charms of our choice from the document. Okay.
There's also 1 bone charm that I designed. And this one is Twisted Fate, Cursed. You can inflict 2 1s onto an enemy's roll once per mission. After you do this, you will suffer 2 1s on a roll the DM's choosing within the same mission. Time, level 2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a level 2 bone charm. That sounds like
Mhm.
a Lily type of bone charm.
It does sound like a Lily type of bone charm. I guess I'll have to take it. I don't like having to suffer
Yeah.
2 1s randomly, but other than that,
Yeah, that's kind of
like,
a
I'm
bitch.
I'm pretty down.
Yeah. Granted, we have to equip bone charms between missions because it like requires a knight to do so.
Yeah,
I'm
so
writing this all
I can't use it
down.
now. Send that
What
to me in
about
a DM
the?
when you get a chance.
Yeah. What about the mundane vaults? Anything of interest or value in there that could
Of
be prove
course,
useful?
little man.
Honey?
I'm
Idols
I'm
and
looking for documents
artifacts.
and files.
Documents and
Oh.
files, you won't find any of those.
Okay.
But you'll get idols and artifacts made of like ivory or gold, things that are in tribute to various gods or deities, made up or real, worth 4 resource charges.
Hell yeah, brother.
Ooh.
Idols / artifacts of the occult worth resource. Are the? Do we just have these until we use them?
Yeah, it's just like a pool you can take from.
Last
Okay.
until used. Okay, I'll be like the party, I guess. Party
Yeah.
funds. All right. Is that all?
That is all.
And no, Mike, I am posting our loot we've gotten throughout the mission.
Racking in the goods.
For real.
Mhm.
We all
Of course, the
gather up
Abbey men would
whatever loot we
source
can.
all of the artifacts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Bastards.
I was hoping to find some like documents or blueprints on whatever new robot they're trying to build by shoving music boxes in them.
They'll probably be on
Do
someone's
you think they're that
like, death.
sophisticated?
No, but it was worth a shot in case they like had someone who was trying to make like the anti-magic bot and they had like greater plans, just in case it could help us in the future. But it
Yeah.
seems like they're just shoving boxes into the chest of existing robots. Alrighty. Ambrose, like as we're looking around and we're pulling everything, he's like, "This is quite the find. A plethora of bone charms we can evenly distribute once we return, and once more ruin a power." He like holds it up for everyone to grab. I like XP.
Oh yeah.
XP is good.
Yeah.
And we can take these valuables to fund our endeavors, I guess. They won't need it anyways.
On from Assassin Simulator to Thief Simulator.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
His thief's coming out. He can't just leave the values behind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Molly's there.
God, you fucking-
She's helping you.
Completely cleaned them out.
Yeah.
100% fuck happy.
then-
Ambrose would look towards the robot actually, and like start going. Seems the Abbey are trying to mix the what do I even call this? Their anti-magic hymns with the clockwork contraptions that defend the palace. If they were, if I can only imagine what a successful rendition of this would do, and how powerful it would be to go against.
You see Lily, she's inspecting that cursed bone amulet and her bone charm. She's just like, and without looking over, she's like, it'd be very effective against witches, you know.
Yeah, knowing the effects of the hymn itself, this would pose a problem to us as well if they were ever used against us.
Bunch of magic nerds. She says as she pockets the bone charm.
Well, now we know what they're up to. If we encounter them in the future, we'll be ready.
Okay.
Then
Sounds
now
like a
that
plan.
Volcan's done hiding the bodies, as I look to the ceiling, I guess we're ready to move out and head towards the barrel.
Would you look there? Would you?
You know, fair enough. Fair enough. You make a good point, Volcan. It's a powerful argument.
Molly looks like straightforward, and then she can see like obviously there's like feet dangling down by her head. Yeah, it's gonna be real hard for
No.
them to look.
Gotta be way. I feel like the vault's a little taller than that.
You
go.
can close the vault on them. They will be. They probably won't even wake up, and if they do, they'll be fucking stuck. The
They can
last
open
place
it.
down here is the prison cells. Do you want to go say hi to the prisoners?
I really
no.
I mean,
I do.
Yeah, I do. I kind of want to like take a look to see who's prisoner. Because what if I'm?
Yeah, fuck.
right.
You go down.
I would
It's, looking
sneak
like
up.
a-
I wouldn't let them know we're coming
Of
at
course,
first, just in
yeah.
case they try and pull the bullshit. Like, guards, guards.
I mean,
God,
like I'm
such an
I'm
asshole move.
disguised as an Abbeyman now, so
That is true.
Yeah, they wouldn't know any better.
You know what?
As you
He
walk
makes a
up,
good point. I pocket an Abbeyman outfit just in case I need it in the future as well.
sure thing. As you walk up, there's only 4 holding cells here. It seems like it's not a prison en masse. These are just like places for people to be moved in between, before probably going to some kind of trial or going to normal prison. 2 of them are empty. 2 of them are full. They are prison cells. They're not terribly nice, but it's not a fucking like a shithole dungeon either. They have a bed. They have like a protrusion out of the wall that you could generously call a desk. They have it's a sink and not running water, but like a bucket full of water, and fucking clearly no windows. You find 2 people in there. The first one is a man, and the second one is a woman. Neither of them are Emily.
Damn.
you sure the man's not Emily?
Double check just in
You're
case.
half positive. We're half positive.
Do any of us recognize any of these people?
No. These are
Okay.
just people. Though, as Volcan looks over, you can see the man, like, startles to attention. It doesn't even say anything, just, like, pointedly doesn't look to you.
Fair enough. Do I recognize him?
No. He just thinks you're an Abbeyman, and he's just really uncomfortable by your presence. The woman doesn't seem to even pay attention to you. She seems to be, like, etching something into the wall with, like, what looks to be either her nail or some, like, stone she found.
Oh.
Oh.
Am I able to see what it is from here?
Yeah, it looks very occultish. It seems to be the beginning of some kind of like landscape, but the landscape is described by using abyssal language. It's like the abyssal language itself looks like a picture of some kind of like forest, using these swirling patterns to make out a greater image.
Strange. Here, let me put on my Dunwall accent real quick. Hey, you. What is that?
It's like a British person trying to do an American accent.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hello.
She looks over. You can see she has long black hair, and she like looks at you from behind it. And she would like go to like scoot in front of it, and she's just nothing. It's nothing.
No, it's fine. I'm just curious.
It's my painting. It's what I paint. Well, I guess I've been reduced to sketch, but same difference.
That's
I'm a
what we're here
criminal,
for.
so I would say that I, to some degree, have some sort of sympathy with other criminals who have been and people who have been locked up.
Makes sense.
I am new here. Sorry, I'm not going to continue doing that voice. But he's faking a fucking accent at this moment. I'm new here. How did you two get locked up here?
Oh, you broke into my house and said something about heretical artifacts. Took all my paintings. I was just trying to bring what I was seeing to life. Not literally. Not literally. I didn't mean for it to happen. I was just painting in a plaza. Plenty of people do. And not all my paintings were like that one. They're not all dangerous. That was the first one. I didn't know any better.
Oh, what the fuck is she talking about?
She's just describing as something that is, from her point of view, hard to understand because of her testimony.
Fair
Can I
enough.
roll
But like,
insight from the shadows as I'm listening to this?
Sure.
What does that roll?
Sadness, Molly.
Perception plus empathy. She believes that
Okay.
you have a bunch of context, so she's talking funny because you don't understand what the fuck she's saying.
Yeah.
What's my willpower? Honestly,
Fucking hell.
I'm gonna willpower this because I want
We
to.
need a
If
free
these guys are like not evil and they just were here because witchcraft, I don't want them to stay locked up.
Yeah.
6 successes.
You get the impression that she's afraid, and that she's passionate about her art, but she didn't mean to hurt anybody, and she's not lying. She genuinely didn't know what was going to happen, and it wasn't her intention to do so. She seems to regret it, but still sees herself as somewhat innocent.
Okay. I sense a bigger story here.
What happened? What really happened?
I was painting in the Evergreen Plaza, and the painting was going very well. Until it didn't. It wasn't. It tore open, and a beast of some kind, spectral in black, came out, roaring. I don't know what happened to the people. I ran, like everybody else. And then, some hours later, crashing through my door came the Abbey men.
I see. And what about you? And he turns to the man. How'd you get here?
Oh fuck. You see, you can hear him say under his breath as you acknowledge him. I didn't have anything to do with those witches. I don't know if you've heard. I just I was there as a financier and I had to see where my investment was going on site. You understand? So I was also surprised when they started doing the ritual. And I promise, had I given the opportunity, I would have been so quick to report you to the Abbey men, or to report them. I mean, Littleman, you can tell. Lie.
Hiding
Okay.
within Volcan's shadow, I whisper in his ear so that no one else can see or hear. As he's like probably just still stealthing, just because they want to pull up the Abbey Man Act. He goes, "I'm pretty sure he's talking out his ass."
Yeah, he is clearly lying, but you know, it's fun. So he
The woman
gonna
seems to be
turn
genuine,
to
though.
he turns to those two. Or like, okay, I get it. And he drops the accent. I'm going to let you go. Give it 15 minutes, run to the docks. A big man there will be able to help you, okay?
Okay. Whoa. Let me go. I can't just. We're in the Prime Spire. I can't just go. Wait 15 minutes. Even then, they're going to manhunt me. This seems like not very sustainable. I think I stand a good chance of trial.
He makes a good point. I come out of the shadows. He makes a good point, Volcan. Or Midas. I would use Midas in public. I think we should leave him here if he doesn't want to leave.
All
The
right,
woman,
you can say
I
if you
think,
want.
deserves to be set free, though.
I'm going to Izove unlock your cage. In 15 minutes, if you don't want to go, I'm
there?
going to lock it.
You can see as the woman walks up, curious that there's now a bunch of voices. She walks up to her cell, and she looks among you all. Molly, would you be visible?
She would be visible, but she's not exactly hidden. Like she's out of the way. Like she's probably out of the
Mhm.
way enough that she's listening in. But like if she comes up closer, yeah, she could probably see her like around the corner a little bit.
You can see as she looks at you, and you have your mask on. You are the Jester.
Yeah.
She just gasps, and her eyes widen. It's you.
She kind of like turns almost like if it was supposed to be someone else behind her. As she gets closer, you recognize me?
I've seen you in my dreams. I mean, literally. Who are you?
I'm the imaginary jester. Interesting. You see me in your dreams.
In your dreams, in that place I walk between the dream and the wake.
Interesting. Well, can I ask what was I doing?
Playing music? She
Huh.
begins to hum the little witch girl music that you were playing earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I assumed. She goes, "Yeah, I remember. I remember now. Yeah, I did. I do remember that. Interesting. I don't remember. I don't. At least I don't remember being there, seeing you. I remember playing the song that one you're hearing.
Do you know more
Oh,
about this world? Do you walk it the same as I?
she looks down for a moment and she looks back up. I'm still trying to figure it out too, but I'm almost there.
Can I go with you?
Of course.
My name is Columbia. Columbia Lancaster. What's your name?
Um, she she nods. She goes, "Well, hmm, sure. I'll give her my full name. Uh, my full name is Molly Morelli. But you could call me Molly."
Columbia will
She
remember that.
smiles as the doors open for her, and she steps out, seemingly ready and bold. She's going to just follow your lead. She knows how to stay out of trouble. She'll probably just disappear after this, and you'll find her later.
I need that name.
Yeah, sure. And the guy in the other hall, he's just like, I think I stand a good chance at trial. I don't want to be manhunted. But as he's like overhearing this, and he's like poking his head out, I was like, "You're not Abby, man, are you?"
What gave it away?
Molly
just a
does
new
like a little
uniform.
twirl with her skirt.
Yeah.
Hold on. If you guys are
Standard.
if you
Yeah.
guys are magicians, if you guys are the practitioners or whatever, I have a great deal of money. He's lying.
She closes the
He
door. Yeah, Molly just closes the door.
No,
It's
wait,
okay.
please.
Give me
Wait,
one
please.
good reason why we should let you go.
He drops to his knees. For my family, please. I just want to see them again. The
Is he
witches,
lying?
they were going to. No, he's finally being truthful. He broke through. The witches, they were going to bring them back to me or bring me to them. They were going to reunite my family, and it would have worked. I paid them everything, just to try it once. And the fucking Abbey. But if you can, I'll give you everything. I'll give you my life. I'll give you my the rest of my estate, whatever, anything else. Give you the shirt off my back. Just please take me with you.
I look over at the Volcan. I think he's finally cracked. I'm pretty sure this is what actually happened.
Men like these have a surprising strength. Sure.
One
know.
question
Okay,
though.
you really?
What did you have to do to, I guess, participate in this ritual? What price did you have to pay?
On my estate, everything I owned. I don't have much left. My titles, my land, my animals, my servants. It's everything.
Did you give lives away for this?
No, purely monetary. They
Hmm.
killed animals. They said it was important. I didn't supply the animals. They didn't kill my animals. I would never. I would let them, but they didn't ask for them.
Truthful, right? As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, he's being truthful. He was about to bluff you again, but now he's desperate.
They could always use more men.
To work.
You will go down to the docks. You will find a big man with an axe, and you will tell him that Midas sent you. and you will work for me
what-
now.
Midas, no. What the? That's where I've heard your voice before. I'm not a gangster. I want to learn. I want to learn what you do with your abilities. Your marked. I will give anything to learn how to speak to my family again.
Well, there is a place to start, and that is down at the docks.
I'll be straight with you. This guy is an NPC for Molly's cult.
Ah, fair enough.
He's not just some goon.
Hmm.
You can choose still not to take him, Molly, if you don't like his attitude. If this one's not a winner, then he can be anybody's. But you have first dibs.
I won't say that he won't be useful. We could always use someone. Um,
Yeah, I don't think he's done anything unforgivable, at the very least. Seems like everything he did was purely voluntary. His only mistake was getting involved with the wrong people.
yeah, see, yeah, Molly would be kind of forgiving about that part in particular. So, she would go and tell Volcan or Midas, I don't know how useful, but I think we should take the chance and take him.
Okay.
I don't see any issues with that. Now, I will be brutally honest with you. I cannot guarantee that there is a way for you to communicate with your family. And I would ask you
believe
to
you. I can't
abstain
believe you.
from. Listen, you've already gone down a path like this once. You saw what that got you. How about this? If I come across anything, or we come across anything that could give you this, we'll go straight to you with that information.
Isn't the
That's
thing that will
totally
give
fine.
him this being in Molly's cult?
Yeah, I'm just trying to stop him from like
Going full Sith
looking
Lord,
into
like, I'll
forbidden
do
occult
anything for
stuff.
my family.
Exactly. I don't want him to do anything horrible just because he wants to talk to his family, and that's what Ambrose wants. So he's just trying to be like, hey, listen, you can join Molly's cult. I just don't want you to like fuck it up for everyone else to make the cult look
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. So I
Then Ambrose should
understand.
say that because
Yeah.
he's very adamant. You should lay down thick. How it goes.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. Listen, what you do is dangerous to not just yourself, but everyone around you. Could even be dangerous for those who have already passed away. You are dealing in magics you do not understand. Now, if we come across anything safe, I promise you we will tell you. But you have to promise us that if we let you go, you will give up this pursuit. I know it's hard to lose those you love. But you have to understand, not everything can be solved with magic.
I
It always
Can't.
comes with a cost.
I can't give up this pursuit, but I will put my faith that you know more about this than I do. I didn't consider how dangerous this might be to them. I need a safe way to do this, and I don't know many people that can do that. But if you are the mystical types that are breaking into an Abbey Prime Spire, then I imagine you guys got to be. Well, we all hear about Midas. We all know what Midas can do. So if I'll follow your restraints, but I just want to be taught. I just want to be shown.
Oh, I could definitely show you some magic.
All right.
What's your name, stranger?
Baxter Biggs.
Biggie cheese.
It is literally Biggie Cheese.
Liz.
Biggie Cheese lost his
Sorry.
family.
Oh. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you. Yeah, I wasn't once in that type of situation. I definitely was associated with a few witches in my past. Yeah, it didn't end well, that's for sure.
Oh, so it's a sordid history, I see. And then, we're not witches, right? Are we witches?
No.
No.
Cool. Then
I'm
I'm glad
definitely not.
should have started with your lot a lot sooner. I have a lot of questions, but now is not the time. I guess I'll follow you.
Should not.
Alright. I don't see any issues with this.
It's easy. There's nothing else down here in the basement. You guys ready to go?
Okay.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah.
There's the generator. You can break the generator and probably knock power offline on this place, which will give you a
Hey.
window where you can probably like blitz it.
I'll be right back.
Sure thing.
Honestly, I think that's our best. I think that would be the most fun option. IMHL.
That would be
Turning
fun.
the power off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be
The,
down.
turning the power off will immediately put you to alarm 1. What was that? Because there's like why'd our power just turn off? But like you'll get advantages for stealthing that afterwards.
Okay.
I think it's worth. I can.
Same.
It's gonna be like pitch black, right? What are the penalties?
Yeah, it's gonna be really fucking dark.
if you can't see.
I think it's like a tax, or at like +1 or +2 difficulty. I don't think anything
To
else. I think you
perception?
can, probably to perception things too, in attacks.
I've
So it'd be
got
like,
dark
okay,
vision.
okay.
yeah, anything perception.
So
you
okay,
could-
I still have those dark light
Oh.
elixirs. I'm just making. I'm
sure
just
do.
double checking if it's like if I need to take these or I suffer.
Well,
a lot.
I'll tell you this, little man. You're going to need to be keeping your eyes out open for something very specific as you blitz through the tower.
Yeah. So dark light elixir.
hmm
Because I was like, if it's just a perception difficulty increase, I can just like get around that.
You can deal with that.
naturally.
Yeah.
But with the other attack stuff, and all the nice stuff would help there. So having the dark
Actually,
light.
yeah, we do have to go
would
to
be
the
good.
barracks and check the kennels.
Yeah.
hmm
So, like, we would break the generator if we wanted to go straight to the top, right?
hmm
So in that case, do you want to just
You'll be
hit
able
the
to go.
barracks
You're
instead?
going through. You're going to go through the barracks to get to the top.
Oh,
To get to the broadcast center, you go through the barracks. There's also the office that you need to get to. Volcan. Connected to
And
the
that's
barracks.
also
that's
upwards?
connected to the barracks, right? Like
Yep.
the overseer office.
It is.
Yep.
Mhm.
So the barracks is
Okay.
our main goal right now. We get there, we get
So-
everything we need.
yeah,
It is.
okay, fuck it. We can still
Alright.
kind of blitz it. Well, not
Yeah.
really, because once I stop in the office, well, whatever.
Oh,
The barracks
dude,
will become a
wait.
cakewalk in the halls.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Wait.
we could do that.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
I have a goal now. Now that we got this guy joining the cult, I'm like invested in him. I've decided I will buy Grim Reaper as my next power
Oh shit.
because I think that'd be
Wow.
cool. That like Ambrose would
It would
hold
be
up
pretty
his end of the deal, and it would even help like cement his place in his beliefs in the cult of the Outsider for Molly, and it'd be
Mhm.
just a cool scene to be able to be like, yeah, remember us? Here's the promise we made, and now don't do anything stupid.
Be chill.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
All right then. You sabotage the generator. We can kick it off. At this
Well,
point,
Lizz
you can be
is still
fairly
down
loud.
here.
Right. But we can continue on.
Okay.
Up to a certain point.
It's still then in that case, as soon as the generator goes off, I'll pop one use of the dark light elixir.
Sure thing. As you drink the dark light elixir, there's like an inky blackness that wells over your eyes. You have to like blink and like cry away and like smear away. It's like this weird oil. And then as your eyes adjust quickly, everything's wrapped in this darkness. But you can see like the details of it. You can see it's like everything's black and white, but it's not quite like dark. Everything's in shades of grays.
Just like Corvo.
Fuck yeah.
Do the
And-
valuables and the lootables glow a slight
Nah, you
red?
need to upgrade, little man. You know that.
Damn, you're right. I need to buy the upgrade.
I imagine Volcan zaps the generator. Am I right?
Oh yeah, big time.
It gets fucking overloaded and explodes as light goes offline. Lily, do you have dark vision?
I don't think so. Let me double check.
Your mask might give you it, although that's
The Mask of the Everyman does not.
My mask
No, I
does.
have telepathy though. I
I have a
that
minor power
working
that
for me.
does.
Telepathy?
No, the dark vision. So then
Okay.
you might have to be led through. It's not going to get slow down your stealth though. In fact, moving through the halls quickly, people are going to start fucking swarming this place. So you move to a place where you can like get around the first wave, and start slinking through as people are like, "What the hell is going on? Bust the
What
candles
was that
out
noise?
by the scriptures."
The
It's
scriptures, yeah.
exploded.
What could have caused this?
Holy
Thankfully, they
fuck,
don't
we
notice
didn't
the
see
volt.
that.
They don't notice the volt, and they don't notice the blood either, since it's dark. So they don't go up to any higher alert. As they just
Nice.
like begin trying to service it, and it's like they're trying to get lights at this point, trying to muster. They don't have like flashlights. They're very much still lantern type of tech. But even if they do have light, it's only in tiny amounts. So you begin making your way. And now you're familiar with the halls, thankfully. So slinking through them in the darkness, way easier. Those that can see help those that can't too much, and you're not even gonna have to roll to stealth through the halls again. You get to the barrack, and the barracks. Let me think. Would they? I think not. I think for the sake of I still want to do the scene, they wouldn't. Barracks is dead fucking quiet. There's like the stomps of like foots as you can see like some people running down to see what the fuck's going on. You hear them say like, "Hush, brother. Our fellow Abbey men are trying to sleep." And you can see as they like as quietly as they can run down the hall. And once they are gone, there is no sound in here. There are a bunch of sleeping or resting Abbey men, and it is dead fucking quiet. You couldn't even so much as speak here without alerting and perhaps giving yourself away. They don't seem the least bit perturbed by the light being off. Some of them you might even think are a little grateful.
Yeah, because they're asleep. Good, fair enough. How many are in here?
Very, very quiet.
Oh, a lot. Like this is their main force. A lot of them are resting, so probably like 60, 80. There's also like
Wow.
some resting dogs, some hounds. Littleman,
Any white
Yeah.
ones?
target acquired. You see a white
Found
hound
it.
sleeping
Oh.
next to an Abbey man.
Oh,
Abbey man's like on a cot, and his hand is like dangling over it, and the white hound seemed like snuggled up next to it.
Nope.
oh no! It's always the white dog that's like it's a pet. It's always a
Yeah.
fucking pet.
Yeah.
He like Ambrose like looks back and whispers, "The White Hound. It's over there. It's right next to the
Littleman,
pot, though." Yeah.
you think if you whisper, you will give yourself away. That is the last warning I'll give anybody. If you talk,
Okay.
you give yourself away.
So you
Ambrose
hear.
wouldn't speak then. Oh,
Wait,
go
let me
ahead.
double check. Let me double check a world document thing real quick before I commit to this bit. I think it's in. Where is it? I think it's minor powers. Would my telepathy not work because it's in total darkness?
No, you can see well enough.
Okay, so I have telepathy, so I could link all of
Sure
our
do.
minds together, so we could all speak to each other in our heads instead of out
Hey.
loud.
Oh,
Really
Fantastic.
useful.
nice.
I figured it'd be useful in a stealth situation, and goddamn was I right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure were.
How do you? Ambrose doesn't know about this, and what's it like?
Yeah.
So I'll describe it. So like in the back of your heads, you hear like a little, like it sounds like it's really loud, but like nobody seems to notice it except for you guys. It sounds like a clockwork gear like clicking, like something just turned on. And you hear in the back of your head Lily's voice that says, "Don't talk out loud. Think it. Think it, and it'll reach the others."
There's
Ambrose like
definitely a face of like surprise, but of like excitement. how you could do this?
Ambrose definitely
I,
like is looking past both his shoulders as this happens and looks back towards Lily. Doesn't see her mouth move.
How
like-
this is wonderful.
So, and
This is
And-
quite strange.
I'll explain it later. Just focus on getting us through here, please.
All right. Then this is quite the stroke of luck. We must remain absolutely silent to not wake any of them. The target's over there.
Volcan,
anyway. He points. Go ahead.
Volcan puts his finger up to his lip, and then like traces the line from his jaw to his chin to his other jawbone. I'm
God
doing a
damn it.
mewing face.
I know.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, go on. Please
The White Hound is right
Can we
next to one
get
of the
rid of this
cots.
guy?
We're gonna need to somehow get that thing's tongue.
Ambrose,
Any
you
ideas?
and I both know that you're gonna have to kill the dog.
That is an option.
No,
It's-
Ambrose, you need the tongue, right?
Yes, we need to cut its tongue out, as much of it as possible. Like, specifically as deep as possible as well, from the base, all that stuff. It's just a matter of, I don't know if we could silently do that here without waking anyone.
Is teleport Liz?
Yes.
Can you teleport the dog out of the room?
No, it's objects. I don't think a dog's considered an object.
Nah, that'd be creature.
Actually, due to some weird coding confusions, a dog is considered an object.
Yeah.
Similar to a turret.
Yeah.
With enough stealth, you could definitely do it. It'd just be really, really hard. Like, really, really hard.
It might be a chance that we just need to take out maybe both of them. If he's too close, and he's gonna end up hearing us.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to assassinate them without waking anyone, and then we're gonna have to cut the tongue out.
If it comes down to it. Oh, sorry. If it comes down to it, and we fight everyone, I'm pretty sure I can fuck all of them up at once. Just if it happens.
All right. Then be ready, because there's no 100% guarantee.
Yeah.
I'll do everything in my power to to try this as well. Anyone have anything that can help?
I don't know if I have anything.
Actually, I think I can.
What do you want, buddy?
Okay,
No,
I
I
have
don't
some
got
things
nothing.
that can help, like, guarantee success.
I could
here.
blow torch his face, but he'll probably scream.
Yeah, you probably
Like-
would.
Yeah, I don't know. Best I can do is
Um,
give you the help action, maybe.
I'd let one person help action you.
So I'm thinking of using my patron here for their I think it's like once per session minor magical feat or something.
Interesting.
And I have blood, death, and soul as the domain. If we're killing something and then cutting its tongue out, blood and death, even soul, would come in very handy to produce an effect that could help here.
You want to use your charge? You want to use your ability?
I'm thinking
Ooh, got me good,
it's worth to help guarantee success, if not help at least.
Okay, I'll allow it. You see the dog stir and wake up and begin walking, and no one seems to pay it any mind. It's like gentle click clacks of its nails against the hardboard, and it walks over to you, and it stares at you.
Oh, this is probably some soul bullshittery. I'll take the
Is it-
opportunity. Now that it's away from the overseers, I'll silently kill it in a more
You should take it
advantageous spot.
Out of the
Doesn't even so
room,
much
yeah.
stealth.
I don't know. I don't know if we can get it. I don't know if we're allowed to get out of the room.
It's darkness. It's fine. You can back up a little
Okay.
bit.
you're gonna see a blood trail outside, but sure.
Once the lights come on, they won't see it till then.
Then I kill the dog.
Actually,
Go
I'll
ahead.
do this for you. You can see as you kill the dog and you remove its tongue, everything but the tongue begins to disintegrate into an ash, and then the ash begins to turn into a dust, and then the dust just
Just
disappears.
like the game.
Ah,
again.
nice.
It's like, oh hell yeah. He like focuses. So what this probably looks like to him is that he focuses, and in the back of his mind he probably asks his god for help, and then maybe there's some strange feeling magical energy bullshit, and the dog just weirdly walks up to him, and then he kills it, cuts the tongue out, and it becomes a pile of ash.
The feeling
He
you
looks
get
back.
is just an assurity, like a cooperation and a a faith, a willingness to do as you've asked. You get the tongue.
Nice.
He like looks back to the others and he's like, "Well, that was easier than." Oh, no, he doesn't say it. He says it in the mind. Whenever I'm talking, I
course.
assume it's telepathically. That's what I'm assuming.
I do now. Yeah.
No, you said it out loud, and all of them woke
Yeah.
up.
I before Bamboy tries to catch me on a technicality, I have to clarify
No,
everything
I
I
understand,
say
little
is
man.
telepathically. And he goes, "That was easier than expected. Seems I may have received some help from a familiar friend."
That's the best type of help.
Either way, we got the tongue, and there's no corpse for them to spot. It's all ash now.
Let's good.
Now we
We
just gotta
should,
get to the overseer's office.
Yes.
All right, I guess we'll continue on then. Stealthing.
I'll say. Yeah, everyone's gonna have to roll stealth for the bears.
Fair enough.
You have hound block, so difficulty 6, success 5 is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Yep. Thank God we turned the lights off, so very nice.
I got a 6.
Nice, that'll do.
I don't know if I want to say until I'm 100% committed to saying it. I gotta spend a willpower on this one then. Again.
I can't.
Wait,
Yeah, I
the
can't board and leader
difficulty
you.
went up?
It requires me to speak.
Difficulty 6. You need 5 successes.
You can speak through the telepathy.
Yeah.
I can. You'll allow me to board and leader through telepathy.
I will, yeah. That's why you get it.
How's my focus?
All right.
looking?
Take a look, and if you don't want to, that's fine.
I'll
But-
see what we're looking at.
All right, let me try this then.
I can only do it to one person. So I want to see what we're looking at for the final rolls.
Let's see.
You're at 5 now.
Yeah, I'm at 5. So I just perfectly made it.
All right.
Just barely. Like I almost tripped over some like Abbyman's foot, but then he didn't stir and just rolled back over.
You hear the sound of someone falling off their bed.
You hear the sound of a small petite woman landing face first on the ground, and nobody seems that bothered by it.
No.
As you make it through, about halfway through, thankfully, you're all in a good position about this point, actually. The power comes back on with like a snap as the breakers turn on and lights return. With some quick, but not too quick, footwork, you're able to get to somewhere where you're still hidden without making much noise. You can now move on from this place. You can either go to the broadcast center, or it is Vice Overseer Alexander Harth's office.
Let's go to the office, please.
Yeah. We should hit the office
Please.
first, then do the main mission.
You would see, like, there's glass windows, like very muddied glass windows, like opaque with like these symbols on the inside. But you can see the silhouette of someone in there. I will let it be free that you notice that the Vice Overseer is in there. Littleman,
Yes.
this is a social challenge. You can try and convince the Vice Overseer that you are not actually who they might assume you to be, and he would be the man that would be able to get all the other overseers to stop hunting. But if you're going to do this, you're going to need a good roll. You're going to have to go in alone, and you're going to have to take off your mask.
As we're at the door, and we peek in and see the overseer, and like I peek out, I look back. All right, listen. We've got this far. Still telepathy, just in case. As long as we
Yeah.
have it, might as well.
Yep.
But the Vice Overseer was instated by Emily herself. I don't feel comfortable taking him out if we have to avoid it. The Abbey is supposed to be a newly formed to help combat the magics of the world. It's something we need right now. If they lose the Vice Overseer, the Foundation might crumble. Perhaps I can convince him. Would I have met him like once before?
Yeah, you've met him a couple times.
I've met him a couple times, and he's not like an asshole, right? Just want to make sure he's not evil.
He's a hard ass, but he's very serious. Like he's not a character to joke around. But he's very logical. He's very reasonable. He's not clouded by stupid thoughts or ideals. He's a very pragmatic man that's very good at getting things done. And for that, he has to be a very good judge of character and be able to discern things for himself.
All right, and then he would go, he's not a bad person. He's a hard ass, and he's stubborn, but he has all the qualities he needs to lead this facility. He doesn't mean ill will. If I can convince him of what's going on, he could become a powerful ally. And once we get Emily back, the Abbey will not be... its foundations wouldn't have crumbled. Because the world still needs them as much as some of us don't want to admit it. There are evil magics out there more than ever. We can't afford to kill him. He like looks at Volcan. No offense. Prime example.
None taken, I know what I do.
Molly rolls her eyes. Fine. We won't kill him.
All right. I can try and convince him. Perhaps he can see reason. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility for it. If it looks too dicey, I wouldn't blame you guys for leaving me behind.
Well, I guess we'll see.
All right. I'll go in alone. I'll call you if anything goes wrong. Using, you know. He like points to his head.
I'll stand guard outside the door.
Okay.
Then, yeah, he would try. He would understand the importance the Abbey presents in this new magic-ridden world, and killing such a powerful political figure would start shaking things at its core. He'd sneak in through the door, make sure he's not noticed, and he'd get to a
You go
point.
through the door, you'll be noticed. But there's like a ventilation shaft or something, like some other like less seen way you can get in. But he's
Yeah.
totally focused on the front door.
Ambrose would.
Go out the window.
He wouldn't want to startle him, so he'd walk in. He'd just stand in front of the door, and he'd just he'd just walk in. He wouldn't have a weapon. He'd walk in, arms raised.
As Ambrose walks in, we see him walk in alone, as his allies are just out of sight. But as they walk away from the camera, we see the spectral image of a visage in a knight armor walking beside him. As this camera snaps and the visage is gone. Alexander Harth is a very large man. He is big for big men, close to 7 feet and wide to match. He has buzzed and short black hair, and you can see that he carries on him what seems to be 2 holsters having firearms and 2 swords at his hip, while wearing what seems to be like leather armor that has been somewhat adorned with the Abbey's symbol, but is very much not the Abbey's uniform, and definitely not the Vice Overseer's uniform either, or the High Overseer. My bad. He looks up, and you can see that he is currently he's in front of his desk, very long and sprawling desk of stone, where there are many different things laid out in front of it that he's looking over, many different papers, trinkets, desk ornaments. To his left and his right, looking to you as you enter as well, are 2 white hounds that don't move unless commanded. And you can see there's also other beautiful things to this office. A nice sitting area. There's some drinks that would look like it's very rarely ever used, probably from the last High Overseer. A there is a display case of what seems to be a lot of trophies, bones that it seems like heretical artifacts, very much so. But you know if they're here that they've probably been cleansed, but they're still kept as trophies.
I would stare at him.
Yes.
Does he say anything as I walk in?
He looks at you and like narrows his view for a moment, and he says, "What do you want, Shadow?"
Remind me of his name so I don't fuck it up.
High Overseer Alexander Hearth.
Alexander
So Alex,
Parks. Okay.
Alexander or Hearth.
I do not come to bring any harm. I simply wish to talk. Not as the Shadow. And he raises his hand, and he'll take off his mask. But as Royal Protector, Ambrose Attano, Alexander Hearth.
His eyes widen, his expression slightly, and you can see that like a skepticism then falls onto his expression. Ambrose, you found yourself in quite a bit of trouble recently, haven't you?
Things have turned out that way, yes. However, I can guarantee you that everything I am accused of is false.
I'd like to hear you try.
I can tell you what really happened, the truth, if you are so inclined to listen.
You have your minute.
The day that Emily Caldwin disappeared, a doppelganger, a double, a person with the exact same appearance as me, walked in inciting a political coup. They turned our own men against us, and they used strange magics on Emily to move her to a different location, one we were not aware of, and then they used it on themselves. Afterward, the supposed Emily Caldwin apparently returned and has been broadcasting over the systems, stating that we are traitors. The real Emily would know this is not true. She was there when it happened. I have reason to believe that the Emily that has been broadcasting these announcements is also a double, a fake. Somebody using ancient magic to pretend to be the Empress. I'm sure you understand that if what I am saying is true, and you are inclined to believe me, the ramifications this has.
Of course I do. But from how I understand it, the last time Ambrose used his political strength to wave things around, it wasn't exactly for the betterment of the Empire. How do I know you are not the doppelganger?
Let me think. No, I don't know if Alexander would know Ambrose with marked. Probably not. Would he?
Would you want him to?
I mean, when he got marked, especially since Emily being marked was like a known thing, and the new Abby like was enlisted with that understanding, he probably wouldn't try and hide it because that could like lead to ramifications. I would say, unless of course there is that, like there's a purpose to. But as far as I'm aware, Emily tried to like change that, especially with the new Abby. So he wouldn't hide it if he didn't have to.
Okay. Then we'll say, no, you didn't hide it, and you've had one conversation with Alex about it, where you showed it to him, and he told you, he probably was the first one to tell you that is the mark of the Forsaken. Able to augur that somehow.
While you and I both know, I could sit here and say as many things as I want, and it would be hard to convince you. It would be easier to show you. I, as you know, was marked, and I still bear that mark on my heart. He like raises his shirt to show it. The scars are still there as well.
Approach my desk, Attano.
He would walk up, complying.
He would step around the desk, and he just says, I am going to lay my hand on you. I'm going to test every way I know how to see if you are a mimic. Do not resist me.
He looks at him.
He places just a hand on your shoulder. Nothing's to happen, obviously.
I put my full trust in you, Alexander. I know you'll make the right decision.
Let us hope. He takes out what seems to be a silver coin and he puts it. Do you wear gloves?
Definitely well in costume or like armor. Definitely.
He takes off your glove and he puts it into your palm and he closes your hand around it.
I comply.
Oh, his hand burns.
He walks you over to a mirror, and your reflection seems to be perfectly fine. And then he like spins you back around, like just looks at you up and down. Shake my hand, Ambrose.
I'll comply. I want. Ambrose doesn't want to shed blood here, especially not the Vice Overseer.
Go ahead and roll charisma. Actually, what kind of roll do you want to roll here? Do you think this would be like charisma expression, charisma leadership?
To convince him?
Yeah. It would be one of your social roles.
I'm not really leading as much as like I would try and do that. However,
This is more.
I would
trying
say
to convince
expression.
him.
I'm
Okay,
convinced.
expression sounds good to me. Yeah.
Alrighty. The 510 and then plus 2 difficulty 4. 9, that's a plus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that enough?
Oh yeah, that's enough. He shakes your hand, and you give him the most earnest handshake you can. What's Ambrose's handshake like, little man? You can tell a lot. It seems to be his last fucking read on you, the last magical read he has.
Firm, yet not overbearingly firm. He matches the handshake to not be above
Matches the
nor
handshake.
below Alexander, but to be
Retracts the
equals.
hand, seemingly satisfied by the response. He nods. I had a odd feeling about the Empress when she walked in here. He walks back around his desk, and my beasts, well, they seemed alarmed as well. I believe that I have been mistakenly harboring our imposter.
I believe that too. And I do not blame you, nor any of the Abbey men here.
Neither do I. But now that I know, I would blame myself if I do not remedy this immediately. I'm going to muster my Abbey men. Stay close to me.
Of course.
I don't know what the political landscape will look like at the end of this. But while you're in my prime spire, you will not come to harm.
All right.
Is there anything else I should be made aware of before we leave this place?
I'm here with the team.
Please
They
do
were
say
also
That's what I thought.
they were framed as well. You should know them.
I do. Though I suspected they may have skipped town.
Yes. That's what we want people to think. However, we are currently trying to fix the situation by finding the real Emily and bringing her back. We were all called here by Emily. That is why. They mean no harm, and they will comply.
Is it true that you have Midas?
Yes. I will
Bring
not
him in,
lie.
please.
Telepathically, I call Midas. I'm like, Midas, come inside.
With just a beat, Midas opens the door and steps through in the guise of the Abbey men. Hello?
Take off that mask.
You know it's not that simple.
You're a victim to your own vanity. You can see as he would go to speak, the forced like Gristolian accent drops away, and you can see that he has a Tivian accent. He says, "The tusk of the tundra, the fang of the north, the one man that I could never contest in my career as a Witch Hunter. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I see.
God.
I should have known before. He'll take off the mask.
I did not expect to be seeing you or anything close to yours on this island. I'm disappointed.
I was called
Were
for
we
a favor.
ugh, I can only imagine for some crisis reason, where at any other time I would happily see you in chains. But as it stands now, it seems that we need each other. But
Well,
I
no.
did want to recognize you and point out that this does not make us square. I know how many people have gone missing. I know how many people you keep in that ship.
I'm working on No, no, I'm not going to bullshit you. You know why? They are Captain Stone. They
I know
are
how, but I do not know why.
scum. They deserve to
I
be where
doubt
they are. They deserve to rest.
maybe many of them are, but I doubt you are such a good judge of character, or that you slow down to take the time to discern that every single time. And if even just one of those young men, two or three of those young men that you have cast in stone to forever live out their existence is decent, then you are not.
Maybe it is true that you and I have different definitions of innocence. But I'm willing to make a deal. I need something now. And if that means I release a few, then sure.
Ambrose, you know who this man is?
I'm aware.
Do I have your support in the fact that if he does not hold up this end of the bargain, that you will kill him?
Yes.
I will kill him. Fantastic. Yes,
I have my
for the
faith in him
release of,
to keep his deals, however.
let us hope he does, for his sake. Release all the men as statues. I understand that nothing can be done for them, but we will find a way if there is one. What is it you need?
Bamboy, do I see it in this room? Do I
Oh, it's
recognize what I'm
anything.
looking for?
It's not nothing specific. It just seems to be anything significant to him, which is kept in this room.
Are there any, like, I don't know, like statues, like small statues he keeps on his desk, like a little wooden
Totally.
thing?
Yeah, it'll be like a little wooden bear totem. It's like a bear with its paw raised.
That.
Ooh.
I point to the little totem. All I need
You want
is that.
you want my saber bear totem?
That is all. And you
Why?
can free all the men I have.
Is this some sick trophy for you?
No, it is not for me. Another person has asked for a favor, and it is one I can't refuse.
That sounds like a horrible deal. Whatever motivations they have for me are likely dire, but I would invite them to try, as you have made a deal that I cannot refuse. All of them, Vulcan, all of the petrified men you keep in a state between life and death. And he just pushes the bear totem towards you.
It'll be done by the end of the week.
Good enough. Then we will continue on.
I take the artifact.
I will. He goes back to his normal forced Crystallian accent. I will gather my men. We will move to the broadcast room. That is where Emily is now.
We'll be there with
He
you.
does so. He doesn't use the broadcast system because Emily would be tipped off, but he goes and he rallies his men, and all of a sudden, in like the next 5 minutes, all the fucking Abbey men are here, and they are taking up all the place. I mean, he probably know what he does. He walks up into the barracks and he says, "Wake the fuck up!"
Slams his fist on the wall. Just makes a big loud
Yeah.
fucking noise.
And he gathers
We
the
got witches to
army.
kill.
And there's very much a question of like, wait, aren't they? Yes, they are. Aren't we supposed to? No, we're not going to.
Shut the fuck
by the
up,
time
get
the-
your gear, and get in line.
By the time the other men are like awake, Midas's mask is back on.
Definitely.
Yeah. He can good fucking luck remembering my face.
Yeah. You begin. Then Alex would turn to you, Ambrose, and he would just say, "Lead the way."
Ambrose, ready to find out who this Emily really is. In the back of Little Man's mind, if it's like mind control, then we're fucked. But in his
Yeah.
mind, they're pulling some doppelganger shit again. Because it's weird that Emily
Mhm.
disappears, and
Yeah,
then she
you weren't
comes
mind
back
controlled.
and is against us all of a sudden. So he's ready to like expose the imposter.
Calling what is it? Ship meeting or community meeting or whatever? Emergency
Yep.
meeting.
Emergency meeting. Imposter
Emergency
sus.
meeting.
He would confidently stride towards the doors, ready to get in there with all the Abbeymen and his boys.
The small tunnels are the only choke point you guys have, as Alex is putting himself between you, your team, and the Abbey men, who are still a little bit confused. And one of them dares to be like, "Sir, have you been bewitched?" And he just gives them the most mean look. He just gets them in their face, and just with like a wordless stare, is able to basically push them down and get them to retract their assumption. Suffice to say, he has a good grip on these guys. Eventually, you make it to some like catwalk stairs, and it's like tink, 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 tink as you're going up. But before they hear you, and just as you hear them, you hear Emily's voice. Actually, yeah, it'd be Emily's voice wrapping up a broadcast, and it'd be like, "Remember, fair citizens," some bullshit she'd be saying, and then it ends. Does anyone want to stop? Or are you just rushing her? Do you want to hear what she says when she thinks she's alone?
I'd
I think it'd
listen.
be yeah. I think it'd be good to hear what she has to say.
That's a good idea.
Ambrose would definitely like, because he wants to take them alive to question them as well, because he needs to find out where the real Emily, where they're keeping her. So an interrogation in his mind, they're gonna be able to take her alive. I don't know what like crazy monster they're gonna turn into though, so very much could just not happen. But he's like getting everything he can because he needs to know where
Yeah,
the real
okay.
Emily's being kept.
You hear this like whining of like a broadcast, like trying to find a signal, like and then like the of like just some machine being attuned, and then you start hearing through the static, "Hello, hello, are you there?" And then you hear the only person you've heard up there so far respond, but it's not Emily, it's a man.
This bastard.
He just says, "I'm here, Vigo." "Where the fuck are you?" "I'm wrapping things up in Crystal." "Wrapping things up? The Empress is gone and she's reappearing. That is not wrapping things up." "Can you please be a little bit more fucking subtle?" "Subtlety is not what we're doing here. This
Thought I
goes
was socially
against,
awkward.
this goes against the whole plan. I have more important things than our petty fucking plans. And once I'm done with those, I will see the Empress to where she needs to be." "This is not the plan! Bastion, you son of a bitch!" And then there's
Bastion?
like a Bastion. And then there's like the click of the broadcast stopping.
It must be Bastion. I mean, Ambrose, that's like definitive enough proof to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty silver bullet.
And it ends and he goes silent, right?
He goes silent. The only thing you hear now is like some mechanical clicking.
I like look to the
Okay.
others as like we overheard that, and I like look to the Alexander and I give him a nod, like not enough proof.
He nods completely.
And I guess all that's left to do is breach, right?
Yeah, he's got to get in there.
3.
I don't want to be that guy,
Go ahead.
but like, if we're dealing with a mimic, is that enough proof?
I mean, if there's no one else in there, like we heard a man's voice, we heard them talk about a plan, the Emery, and they talk about Emily disappearing and reappearing. And if we go in there and they're pretending to be Emily, all the important people here heard what happened.
Yeah,
So
fair
we
enough.
at least know. So unless everyone dies, which could happen, then we're good. We got it.
Yeah.
In that case, if there's nothing left to do but breach, Ambrose would probably like put his hands up and do like the 3-2-1 gesture. So we can like storm in, catch him by surprise.
Oh,
No reason that we're not gonna be able to stealth with this army behind us.
Nope, never. You
if you
bust
don't
in.
mind, personally, I love to knock.
I why not? I look at Volcan. I like give you the floor.
Volcan cracks his neck, cracks his knuckles, puts his hands up to the door, and looks back at you and says, "This is going to be one hell of a knock." And let me just see what it's called real quick. Bamboy.
Mhm.
I'm going to use a focus to do rock pillar.
Okay. We'll just blast the door off its hinges.
Yeah, just for fun.
Sure thing. Go ahead and describe it.
All right. After his preparatory actions, hand up to the door. A spike of earth seems to grow just from this high point in the spire, and bashes through the door, knocking it off of its hinges, slamming against the sides of the room, and then as you know, from the other side of from the other side of the door in the camera, you see the doors fly off. Standing there is Volcan with his hand stretched out and a fucking army behind him.
You all flood in as Emily, yeah, right, turns
All right,
around.
bitch.
There's no one else in this room. She's standing in front of a like a radio, and she seems to have risen to like smoke a cigar and like pour some brandy. Which Ambrose, if you need any more evidence, you know she hates brandy.
My God, she doesn't even smoke.
Smoke. Yeah.
This
But she
bitch.
totally in Emily's voice, they go, "What is the meaning of this? Alexander, arrest them!" Alexander,
jig
just
is up.
Yeah, right, bitch.
Yeah, we know who you really
Uh,
are. Give up.
They
Alexander,
grit their
finally,
teeth.
calling the Empress a bitch and not getting in trouble for it.
Yeah, it's the one time you can do it.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
You're all surrounding, like more Abbey men pour in, is till the point where it's like the only place that isn't filled with you or Abbey men is what they control. You can see that they are armed with a sword and a pistol, and they're standing next to a window, and there's a few of them in here. You're very, very far up. She looks around at you. Clearly, she has nowhere to fucking go. She like gets backed up into a corner, and the guys seems to finally drop as the male voice comes out again, and he just says, "Fine, good. It makes it better. I wouldn't be here unless I didn't want you to show up, Ambrose."
What are you getting at? Where's the real Emily?
Safe for now. Safe because I will it to be.
You bastard.
And just as she's bent to my will, so will you, Ambrose. You're coming with me. Now
Yeah,
there's
right.
the easy way, or there's the hard way. Alexander like seems confused by this as he has them completely surrounded.
Ambrose, like, honestly thinking he has the upper
Oh.
hand. This guy's smoking, like, talking out his ass. He'd probably, like, respond with, like, hell, I'm coming with you. The only place I'm going with you is where Emily is, and then we're gonna cut your fucking head off.
Such an obstinate little bitch you've become, Ambrose. I remember when it used to be so easy. I remember your screams when you would just cry and cry for your parents, for your home.
What?
I
What do you?
know that Ambrose is still in there.
What are you talking about?
I know. Because I made you. And he gestures his hand out and he tries to do some magic on you. You can tell it's very obvious as his palm, the light of a mark expands across it, and the light seems to overshadow you for a second.
Oh.
And you automatically resist it because you're marked.
Mhm.
And you can see standing in front of you is the visage of the Forsaken, standing facing towards it, creating a shadow for you, as if to prohibit whatever this power is going to be. And as it recoils back, and nothing has happened, Emily looks the least bit fucking surprised. What? No. How could you have? Who would have? You're marked?
What? Wait a minute. Who are you? Who are you really, Bastion?
Oh, you son of a bitch!
What did you just try and do?
You were supposed to be mine. You were supposed to be mine! I'll rip that mark off you, and I will turn you into the perfection that I know you can be. And as he says that, you've only heard that said, this voice one other time, when you were splayed out across the stone tablet, as someone was lashing your back with a dagger, as someone was carving with a heated blade the mark of the outsider into your chest, and as you cried and begged for mercy, you heard them scream that they are making you perfect.
Ambrose, like, he has that moment where everything else zones
Oh.
out and the camera zooms in on his face, and then he just goes, "No, no, no, you can't be. You." He's like shaking a little bit now, as he realizes who this person is. No, no, this can't be true. Why? Why are you doing this?
It barely fucking matters, Ambrose. But we all fight for the same thing, don't we? Some of us are just willing to cut down those they need. And as they say that, they draw their sword.
Yeah, Ambrose probably like raises his as well. My God.
Then at this point, I would call for initiative. But
Mhm.
we've been going on for nearly 5 hours, and I don't think we have the time to do this boss fight as much as I would love to.
Yeah.
This gives you time to come up with cooler shit to do, Bamboy.
Oh, it gives me more time where I don't have to write, more like. So, we'll wrap it up there on that powerful closing scene.
Heck yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for watching Podpack RPG's episode 2 of In the Empire. Come back next time for episode 3.